This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. 9 lectures given in Dornach, Switzerland between April 29th and June 17th of 1922. Lecture 1 is given on April 29th, 1922. The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution is the title given to this course of lectures. However, man's experience of his inner life does not at first induce him to ask about its connection with general world evolution, at least not consciously. Yet unconsciously, he does continuously ask, how do I, as man, belong within the evolution of the universe as a whole? It is true to say that particularly man's religious life has always arisen as a direct result of this unconscious questioning in the depth of the human soul. The way man, through religion, feels himself more or less clearly related to something eternal prompts this questioning. Man feels self-contained within his soul. He feels himself within his experiences of the external world. That is, in what remains within him as memory from his impressions. This calls up in him thoughts and feelings concerning the world and its further destiny, and so on. When he looks at his life of will and actions, he has to admit that from the deepest regions of his inner being, regions of which he has at first no conscious knowledge, there well up impulses of thinking, feeling, and willing. Man's experience, when he begins to observe his inner life, when he engages in what is usually termed introspection, is of his concepts derived from sense perception, of will impulses that come to expression in external action, and of memories of past events. He experiences this as something isolated within himself. However, a more penetrating insight into his own being will soon make it clear that this kind of self-observation does not satisfy the deeper needs of man's soul. In the depths of his innermost being, he is obliged to ask, what is that in me which belongs to something causative, perhaps to something eternal, and which lies at the heart of all the passing phenomena before me in nature and in human life? There is a tendency in man to seek at first the deeper reality of his being in feeling and sensation. This leads him to questions which arise out of his religious or scientific knowledge, such as, where are the roots of my innermost being? Do they stem from an objective reality, a cosmic reality? Is perhaps their origin something which though external, is yet akin to my innermost self? Is their nature such that they will satisfy the deepest needs of my soul to have originated from them? A person's inner mood and attitude to life will depend upon whether he is able to find answers of one kind or another to these questions which are fraught with significance for his inner life. These introductory remarks are meant to draw attention to the fact that man's soul life harbors a contradiction. This comes to expression, on the one hand, in his feeling of isolation within his thinking, feeling, and willing, and on the other, in that he feels dissatisfied with this situation. The feeling of dissatisfaction is enhanced through the fact that the body is seen to partake of the same destiny as other objects of nature, in that it comes into being and again passes away. Furthermore, since to external observation the life of soul appears to dissolve when the life of the body is extinguished, it is not possible to ascertain to what extent, if at all, the soul partakes of something eternal. The kind of self-observation possible in ordinary life is not to begin with in accord with the soul's deepest needs. When eventually this contradiction connected as it is with man's whole destiny and with the experiences of his humanity, is felt deeply enough, he discovers that the surging, weaving life of soul flows toward two poles. In one direction lies the conceptual life, in the other that of the will impulses. Between thinking and will lies the sphere of feeling. He becomes aware that concepts and ideas formed, let us say in response to external perception, are accompanied by feelings which bestow on them warmth of soul. In the other direction, he becomes aware that his impulses of will are also accompanied by feelings. We determine an action in response to certain feelings, and we accompany the result with feelings of either satisfaction or dissatisfaction. We see, as it were, at one pole the life of ideas, of concepts and mental pictures, at the other the life of will impulses, and in between, linking itself to either, the life of feeling. When we observe our mental life, we have to admit, if we are honest, that in ordinary life it comes about simply in response to our experiences of the external world, that is to say, in answer to the totality of our sense impressions. Indeed, in a certain sense, we continue our sense experiences in our inner life. We give them a certain coloring, so to speak. In fact, we often reproduce them in memory with a quite different coloring from what was originally experienced in direct perception. Nevertheless, provided we do not indulge in dreams but confront our fantasies without illusion, we shall always find our conceptual life prompted by external sense perception. When we withdraw to some extent from external perception and, without falling asleep or arousing will impulses, live in our conceptual life, then all kinds of memories of external observations, often altered perceptions, arise in consciousness. But when we close, so to speak, all our senses and live in concepts only, we are quite aware of the picture character of what we experience. We feel we are dealing with images of whatever the concepts convey. We experience their fleeting nature. They enter our consciousness and again vanish. We cannot directly ascertain if they contain any reality or if they are indeed pictures only. We may assume that they are based on reality, but a reality we cannot take hold of because concepts are experienced as pictures. Our experience of will is radically different. Ordinary consciousness cannot penetrate the will. Our consciousness can take hold of a thought or an indefinite instinctive impulse to do something, say, raise our arm. The arm movement follows immediately and we see it. Two mental pictures are involved in this process. First, the picture of deciding to raise the arm, then the picture of the arm raised. Of that which takes place in the will between the two concepts, we have at first no consciousness at all. We are as unconscious of what takes place in our will as we are of everything in the state of sleep. As regards the will, we are asleep even when awake. Our will, as such, escapes our consciousness when we carry out an action. Whereas, in regard to our concepts, while we do not know how they are related to reality, we do grasp them in lucid clarity in our ordinary consciousness. However, we do know something about the will. When will is real and not mere wish, it becomes action. It expresses itself emphatically as reality. We have a concept, that is a picture. I will raise my arm. Ordinary consciousness knows nothing of what happens next. But the arm is raised. A concrete process is taking place in the external world. What lives in the will becomes external reality, just as processes of nature are external reality. Concepts and ideas have a picture quality. To begin with, we do not know what the relationship is between the reality and that which mental pictures express. As regards will, we know quite concretely that it is connected with reality. But unlike mental pictures, we cannot survey it clearly. In between the two lie sensations and feeling, which color the mental pictures and color also the will impulses. Our feelings partake of the lucid clarity of mental pictures on the one hand, and on the other of the darkness and unconsciousness of will impulses. We see, let us say, a rose. We form a mental picture of it and turn our gaze away. We retain the rose as a memory picture. Since we, as human beings, are not quite indifferent to things we feel delight, Since we as human beings are not quite indifferent to things, we feel delight in the rose. It gives us pleasure. We feel an inner satisfaction in the existence of the rose. However, to begin with, we cannot say how these feelings of pleasure and satisfaction arise within us. Exactly how they come about remains obscure to ordinary consciousness. But that they are connected with the mental picture is completely clear. The feeling tinges, colors, as it were, the mental picture. When we have a clear mental picture of the rose, we also have a clear mental picture of what pleases us. The clarity of our mental pictures communicates itself to our feeling. By contrast, an impulse of will to some action wells up from the depth of our inner being. That this is so needs only to be tested. We often find ourselves impelled by instinct to an action. Our mental picture of a deed may tell us that it ought not to be done at all. We are dissatisfied with what we are doing. Yet, when we look back at our inner life, we find that a definite feeling was the cause of action, a feeling of which we may disapprove, but whose origin remains in the dark unconscious depth of our inner life. Thus our feelings participate very differently in the bright clarity of our mental life from the way they participate in the dark dullness of the life of will. Therefore our soul life appears threefold: as thinking, that is, forming concepts and mental pictures; as feeling; and as will. The two opposite poles, thinking and will, are completely different in character. Our mental life refers us in the first instance to the sense world. However, we take in not merely simple perceptions, such as, let us say, red, blue, C sharp, G major, warmth, cold, pleasant or unpleasant, smells, sweet, sour, and so on. These can be directly ascribed to the sense world, and so can a continuous stream of such sensations. But we also take in more complex external events. Let us say we have before us a human being. Countless sense impressions stream toward us, the expression on his face, his walk, his gestures, and many others. We could name a host of individual sensations. However, they all combine to form a unity which we experience as the person we see. It can be said that through our sense perceptions we experience the world. In the narrower sense, it is only the actual sense perceptions themselves that are directly connected with us. Our soul life is in touch most of all with single perceptions, like red, blue, C sharp, G major, warmth, cold, etc. Yet even our more complex experiences are in the last resort arrived at through sense perception. We mentioned the example of meeting another human being. We could also think of an occurrence in which we are not directly involved, meeting us as an external objective event. In the case of the red of the rose, we know we are directly involved, since we expose our eye to it, EYE. We could take a more complex example. Let us say we saw a mother giving her little son a rose. Here the event takes place apart from us. We are not so closely connected with it. We are even less in direct contact when we remember some complex event, where perhaps sense perception had no direct contact with the external object. We remember, perhaps, what we know about the rose of Shiraz, which we have not seen but learned about some other way. We may have read about it. in which case our sense perceptions were those of printer's ink in the form of letters on paper, or someone told us about it. All such sense impressions point to something completely separate from us. In this way, we can discover the difference between sense perceptions that are more closely connected with our soul life and those we know of only indirectly. Something similar applies to the pole of will. It is an expression of will when I move an arm. What takes place is connected solely with my organism. I am in close touch with what results from my will impulse. I am as closely connected with it as I am with direct sense perception. But now consider a situation where my will impulse results not only in a movement of an arm, but in my chopping wood. Then what happens through my will separates itself from me. It becomes an external event, which is just as much a result of my will impulses as are the arm movements, but it detaches itself from me and becomes something objective in the external world. And just think of all the complicated events that can come about through will impulses. When you now examine the matter more closely, you will be able to compare what on the one hand enters into us when direct sense perceptions lead us to external events existing apart from us, and what goes out from us in that the will impulses separate themselves from the results they produce solely out of our organism. These then become external processes separated from us. Thus are we placed within the world through the two poles of our being. Contemplation along these lines makes us realize that we are related to the world in two different ways. We have one kind of relationship to objects and processes which enter our consciousness through our senses. They are there apart from us, and we become aware of them through sense perception. We are related differently to what comes about through our will impulses. Yet that too is something that then exists in the world. They are both external realities. If I imagine myself out of the picture and only look at what is there apart from me, then what is left in the case of sense perceptions is the external reality. In the case of will impulses, if I think myself away and look only at what came into existence through me, then, again, what is left is an external reality. In both cases, I am related to something that exists outside and apart from me. In the outer world, the two merge with one another. Let us say I chop wood. First, I see the block of wood before me. Perhaps I see not merely the wood, but a complex external occurrence. I see someone bring the wood and place it before me to chop. I make ready to do so. All the time I am guided by sense perceptions. First I have a piece of wood of a certain size, I then chop it, and now it is different. The change has come about through me. Sense perceptions merge into one another, so that what occurs through me and what occurs apart from me form a continuous stream of events. One must be able to feel how the very riddle of the soul is contained in the simple fact that on the one hand we see around us objects and events that are given, complete in themselves, and on the other, things whose existence is due solely to us. One can say that this simple fact characterizes our soul's relation to its surroundings. Nothing very special has been said by this characterization, but at least a certain aspect of the riddle has been presented. Let us now consider the problem from another aspect. We are beings who possess sense organs, through which we gain a certain insight into our surroundings. We also possess limbs that enable us to move about. Basically, all that we accomplish in the world through our will comes about by means of our limbs. Thus we have on the one hand the senses, and on the other our limbs. On the basis of all the facts presented so far, we can say that the nature of our limbs and the nature of our sense organs are also polar opposites. In the case of our sense organs, the external world approaches and stops at this boundary, so to speak. The external world as such does not actually enter into us, whereas an external world has its beginnings through our limbs, as it detaches itself from us and continues its existence apart from us. This suggests that there must be a connection between senses and limbs. The essential nature of man's senses can perhaps best be recognized if we consider the eye, EYE. The eye is a comparatively independent organ set into its bone cavity. Only at the back of the eye do blood vessels and nerves continue into the rest of the organism. Apart from this connection, the eye is relatively independent. A whole series of physical processes take place in the eye, at least processes that can be interpreted as being physical. Speaking symbolically, we could say that light approaches and penetrates the eye and becomes modified to some extent. At present I shall not describe the physical and chemical processes, as I wish to speak about soul life, not about physiology. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that the eye has a sort of independent life. This independent life can even be compared with what takes place in a purely physical instrument, in a kind of camera obscura, which is a copy of the eye and into which light falls in a similar way. Certain processes occur which are like those in the eye, though admittedly they are not living processes like those in the eye. They do not become sensation or perception. But we can reproduce certain processes which take place in the eye and bring them to manifestation in a physical instrument. So we see that something akin to a physical process is unconsciously taking place in a comparatively independent organ. What does enter consciousness is the external illumined object, whereas what resembles a physical process takes its course unconsciously in man, independently of him. This is due to the relative independence of man's organ of sight from the rest of his organism. Something similar could be said about the other sense organs, though it is less obvious with them. The eye was chosen because it is the most characteristic. Thus we see that sense perception is a relatively independent process. And when we consider the processes taking place in the eye itself, there's a diagram, we can actually say that even what is transmitted by nerves and blood is like a continuation of processes taking place in the external world. So much are they alike that we can reproduce them physically, as I have indicated. It is as if the external world made inroads into the inner being of man. What takes place outside continues, so to speak, into our physical body. This is one aspect of sense perception. How we unite what thus pours in like a stream from outside with our inner life, we shall speak about in the course of these lectures. There is, however, another side to sense perception. Let us continue with the example of the eye. I do not want now to speak about the blind, but to consider lack of sight from a general human viewpoint. We shall later consider all these things more especially from an anthroposophical, spiritual, scientific viewpoint. Let us imagine being robbed of the sense of sight. It is easy to recognize that there would then be a deficiency in our inner life. We should lack all that otherwise flows in through the sense of sight. Imagine what it must be like within the soul when it is so dark because light is unable to enter. Even in ordinary life we know that to be in darkness can cause fear, especially in persons of a certain temperament. People who become blind or are born blind are not really, at least not consciously, in this position, though they do experience something similar to someone who is temporarily in darkness. The fact that vague feelings of fear are connected with the experience of darkness shows that there is a relationship between our state of soul and what streams into us through our eyes. And it is easy to see that the state of soul would in turn affect the bodily constitution. Someone who is condemned to a certain melancholy by having to live in darkness through being deprived of light will transfer the effect of his melancholy to certain finer structures of the eye. We must realize that man would be different if he did not receive into his organism what he does receive through his soul's experience of light. This soul experience of brightness is diffused over our whole inner being. Light permeates us to such a degree that it affects certain vascular reactions and glandular secretions. These would function differently without the refreshing, quickening effect of light weaving through the organism. Darkness, too, affects secretion and circulation, but in a different way. In short, we must realize that while we are indebted to the eye for being able to form mental pictures of a certain aspect of the objects and processes in our surrounding, we are also indebted to it for a certain inner condition, even of the physical body. In a sense, we are what light makes of us. We have seen that the eye is not only a sense organ through which we receive pictures of the external world, we also experience brightness or darkness through it. This causes all kinds of instinctive processes to refresh or oppress our soul life and even our body. How we are depends upon what we experience through the sense of sight. Let us now leave the eye and turn our attention to the lungs. The lungs, too, are in connection with the external world. They take oxygen from the external air and modify it. Our life is maintained by the breathing of the lungs. Unless we are an Indian yogi, we do not in normal life notice the function of our lungs. But it affects us differently if the lung has a healthy perception of the air, or whether through illness it does not perceive the air in the right way. How we are depends upon how we breathe through our lungs. In ordinary consciousness, we are not aware that we perceive through the lungs, but organically we are the way we are through the way our lungs function. While the function of the eye, and this can be said about each of the external senses, is perception, it also has another, more subtle function. This other function must be brought to consciousness before we can know that through the experience of brightness or darkness, something takes place in us which is not so obvious or radical and pronounced as the lungs as the lungs' intake of oxygen. Man is aware of what he owes the lungs' intake of oxygen because it is a robust and strongly vitalizing process, whereas what he receives through the eye, in addition to actual sight, is a more intimate, more subtle vitalizing process. So we can say what is strongly pronounced in an organ like the lung is only indicated in a subtle way in the case of a sense organ like the eye. In my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, and the second part of titled Occult Science and Outline, you will find descriptions of exercises that will develop faculties of knowledge which otherwise lie fallow. Such exercises completely transform man's inner being. In the case of the lung, the result of this transformation is that it attains a function which is similar to that of the eye, with the result that to higher vision the lung's vitalizing function retreats. Higher insight is less concerned with the effect of the breath on our organism. The lung becomes transformed into an organ of perception, not the physical lung, but a finer part, the etheric part of the lung. Through the exercises, we transform the finer structure of the lung into something akin to what the eye is without our doing. Nature made our eye into an organ of sight as well as an organ that sustains us. To ordinary consciousness, the lung is primarily an organ that sustains. When we attain knowledge of higher worlds, we transform the lung into an organ of perception. its finer etheric part becomes a higher sense organ. When we experience the lung's etheric nature, we must describe it as a higher sense organ, for its etheric body perceives. However, inasmuch as it contains the physical lung, it is also an organ that sustains and vitalizes. So you see, when we attain knowledge of higher worlds, that the lung, from being an ordinary non-perceiving bodily organ dedicated to growth and life processes, becomes an organ of perception in a higher sense. The same applies to the heart and other organs, the kidneys, the stomach, and so on. All man's organs can, through higher development, become organs of perception. This means that they become sense organs in their higher etheric nature, or even in their more spiritual astral nature. When we consider our environment in relation to our sense organs, we have to say, on the one hand, our senses mediate perceptions. On the other, they mediate vitality. When we consider our inner organs, lung, heart, and so on, we find that these organs primarily sustain and vitalize us. We can, however, develop them through methods described in Title Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and its Attainment. Then they become sense organs. Just as we see through the eyes a certain aspect of the external physical world, its light and color, so do we become aware of certain aspects of the external spiritual world through the etheric organ of the lungs, and another aspect through the etheric organ of the heart. We can transform our whole organism into a sense organism. To ordinary consciousness, the external world presses in on man only as far as the surface of his senses, where it becomes image. To higher consciousness it presses deeper, only what presses deeper is an external spiritual world. As he attains knowledge of higher worlds, and transforms his inner organs into sense organs, man gradually becomes inwardly as transparent as the eye. The external world permeates him. It must be realized that as long as we remain in ordinary consciousness, we can only know our senses from their external aspect. But ask yourself if it is possible to acquire insight into the ethnology of all the races on earth if one knows or has heard of only 3. It is not possible, for one must be able to compare. Imagine the opportunity we shall have for making comparison, also in regard to the external senses, when we are in a position to examine the nature of the inner organs as sense organs. This leads to a quite special kind of knowledge of man. We learn of the possibilities that lie within us, of what we are destined to become. It also poses significant questions. If our lungs can become a sense organ when we take our higher development in hand, then what is the situation, for example, in regard to the eye or some other sense organ? We saw the lung develop from being a vital organ to become a sense organ. Was the eye, perhaps in an earlier evolution of the world, not yet sense organ, but only vital organ? Did it, at that time, sustain the organism in a way similar to that of the lung today? Has the eye, in the course of evolution, become an organ of perception through a different process from our conscious cultivation of higher cognition? We have seen that the possibility to become higher senses lies in our vital organs. We have seen how its sense organ comes into being. We must at least ask the question if, during evolution, the opening of our present senses came about in a similar way. Should we perhaps trace mankind's evolution back to a time when man had not as yet turned his present senses outward? To a time when perhaps these senses were inner vital organs, and man, as regards his present senses, was blind and deaf? Man's eyes and also his ears must of course have been quite different in form and served different purposes. We see how knowledge of man, possible through external means, is supplemented when knowledge of higher worlds is attained. Most of you will have heard me describe man's being from many different points of view. Today, by way of introduction, I have indicated certain things from yet another aspect. You will be able to see from this how spiritual science may start investigation from the most varied viewpoints, and by combining the results, arrive at a comprehensive understanding of the being of man. It is often imagined that anthroposophical research is a straight continuation of one or two definitions of higher worlds to be found in non-anthroposophical writings. This is not the case. What is gained from one aspect can be illumined and enlarged from other aspects. These will fit together into the totality of a spiritual scientific truth that carries within it its own proof. This approach is often severely censured because people believe that reality can be investigated from one standpoint only. In our materialistic age, someone who is accustomed to physical proof may say that anthroposophy is not built on a firm foundation, whereas science is based on direct observation. That assertion is the equivalent to someone saying that the earth cannot possibly float freely in space. All bodies must rest on something if they are not to fall. Therefore the earth must rest on a mighty cosmic block if it is not to fall down. But the proposition that everything must be supported by the ground holds good only for objects on earth. It no longer holds good for cosmic bodies. It is folly to transfer laws that apply on earth to cosmic bodies and their interrelationships. They mutually support each other, and so do anthroposophical truths. They lead us out of our habitual world into other worlds, where truths mutually support each other, and, more to the point, truth supports itself. This is what I wished to say today as introduction to these lectures. I wanted to show that it is possible, in speaking of the soul, for a spiritual scientific method of research to take as its starting point considerations that are open to sensible interpretation by ordinary consciousness. I could only make a beginning today in describing how higher consciousness sees the lung, for example, on the way to becoming a sense organ. However, we shall continue this line of investigation, so that in the coming days we may learn more about the nature of man's life of soul and its relation to world evolution. The end of Lecture 1 of this, as I see now, it is a cycle of lectures. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. This is Lecture 2, given in Dornach on the 30th of April, 1922. I spoke yesterday about the sense organs, and drew attention to the way they appear when, to our ordinary knowledge, we add what is gained through knowledge of supersensible worlds. Taking the lungs as an example, I showed that the moment we rise with spiritual sight into supersensible worlds, then other organs become just as much sense organs as our present ones. We come to the conclusion that our organs are in process of evolution and transformation. This is not apparent to ordinary consciousness, because we are always observing a process arrested, a process which, because we cannot survey either its earlier or its later stages, reveals only a momentary stage of its evolution. If our advance into the imaginative world, as I termed it in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, reveals the lung in a state of transition, from being a vital organ to becoming a sense organ, we can no longer regard it in the way we do in ordinary life. We realize that what we ordinarily observe is a momentarily arrested stage in the lung's evolution. If we compare this with the arrested stage of the evolution of the eyes, we come to the conclusion that the lung reveals itself to be at a younger stage than the eye. I said yesterday that we could at least put forward as a question whether the eye, in the course of evolution, had once been a vital organ, as the lung is now. Let us remain cautious, and merely say that there is at least a possibility that the relationship between lung and eye is like that of a child to a grown-up. One shows itself to be a younger entity, the other an older one. In other words, the eye in its youth could at some stage of world evolution have been a vital organ, which has now become a sense organ, while the lung, which is now a vital organ, could later become a sense organ. Yet we shall only come to know the truth by advancing further in supersensible knowledge. To do so, let us today consider the other extreme of the soul's life, the pole of the will. Yesterday it was described purely externally. Concerning the pole of the will, we can ask, how does it appear when we have attained imaginative cognition? We find that the organs belonging to the will sphere become paler. They fade away before spiritual sight. Our limbs are organs that belong more immediately to the will sphere. They grow paler. In fact, the characteristic feature when we rise to imaginative consciousness and observe the external organism is that the limbs become lost. And so does the metabolic system with which the limbs are connected. This aspect of man is simply no longer there in the intensity it was to physical sight. When we compare all that, which to higher vision fades from view, with something in the physical world, we arrive at a quite astonishing result. Let me draw some sketches of what comes about. Imagine that this man, as he appears to physical sight, drawing on the left. Now we observe him with imaginative cognition. The limbs grow paler, drawing in the center. Suppose this next sketch is of all that which becomes ever paler and fades away. What we get becomes more and more like an image of a human corpse, drawing on the right. In other words, we get an image of what man leaves behind at death, of that which is either buried or cremated. When a corpse is cremated, it ceases to be visible to physical sight, just as that part of man ceases to be visible to supersensible consciousness. But something else becomes visible. At the place where the arms fade away, something becomes visible, which a former instinctive clairvoyance saw more or less correctly. It was said that where physical man has arms, spiritual beings have wings, and that after death, so did spiritual man. However, to replace spiritual beings with a kind of symbol in the form of a winged creature, a superior bird, is a crude, ghost-like image. When cognition of higher worlds is further developed, that is when one ascends, in the way I have described, from imaginative knowledge to inspired knowledge. Then one recognizes what one is really seeing. And to depict this as wings is a distortion, but then it is not so easy to recognize the reality. However, the moment the ascent is made from imagination to inspiration, then by careful observation, one gradually realizes what takes the place of, say, the right arm and hand. Let me put it this way. You will agree that we make a lot of movements with our arms. According to materialistic critics, a dreadful lot of movement is carried out in eurythmy. People who do not understand eurythmy cannot bear it. But when you observe with inspired cognition what is done by the movements in eurythmy, you no longer see the arms and hands. All you see are their movements. All the individual movements are all there, and because they all merge into one another, they look like wings. Well, people who are not eurythmists also move their arms, In fact, most of the movements done by human beings are done with the arms. All the movements, their curves and forms, become visible. See drawing orange. Everything physical, muscles, flesh, bones, ceases to be visible, whereas all movements become visible. And it is the same with the legs. I said yesterday that the movements man makes are not confined within the body. In order to point to something useful, I spoke of chopping wood rather than of sport. When someone chops wood, he makes continuous movements. All these are also visible when one ascends from imagination to inspiration. However, man causes things to happen not only through his body. He does so also by means of thoughts, perhaps through other people. All the events that he causes to take place gradually become visible, particularly as one ascends from inspiration to intuition. In short, when we contemplate the pole of will, all that at death is placed in the grave ceases to be visible, whereas all man's deeds gradually become visible. After a person's death, what is still in existence are all the deeds he has carried out. That has further life and continues to exist. What passes through the gate of death can be said to be a birth of will. So you see, as regards the limbs, we must choose a different approach in order to find the transition from the physical aspect of man to the soul. And the same applies to the metabolic system. We have now considered from a certain aspect the nature of man's senses, and also what, so to speak, constitutes his will nature, that is, the source of his actions. To enable us to proceed further, let us return to the pole of the senses. Let us look back with imaginative and inspired consciousness and see what becomes of a sense organ, let us say the eye, and then consider it at the stage where the lung, let us say, has become an organ of perception. When the lung has become an organ of perception, we begin to see a completely different world. Even in public lectures, I have often spoken about the fact that another world becomes perceptible to the higher man, who gradually develops and frees himself from ordinary man, though the latter is still present and in control. We also begin to experience the world more rhythmically, more musically, as soon as the lung becomes sense organ. In fact, we begin to experience all that which, in my book titled Theosophy, I described partly as soul world, partly as spirit land. When the lung becomes sense organ, we experience a different environment. I mentioned yesterday that the lungs become sense organ in their etheric part. But what happens to our ordinary sense organs? Unlike the organs of the metabolic limb system, which disappear to higher vision, the sense organs do not disappear. They reveal themselves as they are at present, but in their spiritual nature. They reveal themselves as objective entities. They become, as it were, spiritual beings. They are, if I may so express it, what peoples our spirit world. One gets the strong impression that the sense organs expand into worlds. We witness, as it were, a world being built up out of our sense organs. Our soul has the experience that the world which we now witness coming into being unites itself with something else. It unites with what in ordinary life we look upon as our memories, that is, our mental pictures of past events. Here I must point to an important experience which occurs as one ascends from imaginative to inspired knowledge. The sense organs become, as it were, independent beings which take into themselves our memories. As we turn our attention to this fact, we become clearly aware of a certain aspect of our soul's nature. Take the example of the human eye, EYE. To ordinary consciousness, this organ is as I described it yesterday, When we begin to develop imaginative cognition, and then ascend to inspired cognition, the physical aspect of the eye disappears, but not the eye itself. It becomes ever more spiritual and expands to cosmic proportions. It becomes a world that unites itself with our memories. It unites with the thoughts that live in our memory. There's yellow in a diagram. Along this path, we gradually attain a specific insight into a certain area. A trivial concept of popular psychology is the idea that man perceives with his physical organs and develops his mental pictures, that is, his thoughts, from the physical percepts. And then the thoughts he has formed go somewhere. The philosophy of Herbart, in particular, attained eminence by letting thoughts disappear beneath some sort of threshold. Then, when they are remembered, they wandered up again and appeared in consciousness. This idea always reminds me of a children's game I often watched as a small boy. One runs both hands up a child's arm, tickling him while chanting, quote, "Up comes a little mouse who wants to hide in Joey's house," close quote. This suggests to the child that a mouse is running up his arm to hide in a box somewhere inside his head. Psychology is just about as clever. It also lets thoughts emerge from sense perceptions and then walk into a sort of savings box within the soul, from where they arise again when remembered. It is a trivial concept, but one that is much bandied about in psychology. The true facts become clear only when one comes to know the whole process through imaginative and inspired knowledge. What then becomes clear is the following. Things we see through our eyes are there. They are not created by the eyes. So, too, what we see through imagination and inspiration is also there. It is not created by the higher faculties. In other words, while ordinary consciousness is functioning, the higher reality is also present. It all goes on, but becomes visible only to supersensible sight. It goes on through every moment of our waking life. This reveals that whenever we perceive in ordinary consciousness, another process takes place beyond that consciousness. Another process goes on, which runs parallel to that of perception, only we do not become aware of it until we have attained higher consciousness. Let me put it this way. In ordinary life, whatever we perceive in everyday consciousness is already there. But all that which only becomes visible to imagination and inspiration is also there. A process takes place of which we know nothing in ordinary consciousness. When we learn to know it through higher cognition, we become aware that the memory pictures we have in ordinary consciousness are indeed only pictures. Their true reality becomes apparent to higher consciousness. There is no question of memory pictures wandering up again after having first gone down somewhere. When I form a mental picture of a physical object and then withdraw from it, the mental picture remains. After a while, the mental picture disappears, and because it is mere picture, it disappears completely. But our senses do something else. They carry out a process we do not see. They vitalize in our inner being a process that is living, which endows the thoughts contained in our memory with reality. This means that when we have a physical perception and form a mental picture, red, then another process, blue, takes place through which something real comes about, that is, a reality, not just a picture. And the red and the blue refer to a sketch that's here in the book on page 24. Let me read that sentence again. This means that when we have a physical perception and form a mental picture, red, then another process, blue, takes place through which something real comes about, that is, a reality, not just a picture. The picture vanishes, But when we remember, then this real memory takes the... Let me read that again. The picture vanishes. But when we remember, then this real memory takes the place of the former physical percept. And what we now perceive is the reality that was brought to life in us without our knowledge at the time of the physical perception. And this reality is the soul. If today you have physically before you a human being, and you see him again after 8 or 10 years, then nothing of what you see today will be present. You cut your nails, your skin flakes off. Externally, the physical body continually falls away. It becomes dust. After 7 to 10 years, that which today is the physical substance, most deeply embedded in you, will have come so far to the surface that it flakes off, or is cut off as long nails. You can be certain that what is today at the center of your physical body gradually comes to the surface and falls away. But then what remains? What remains of man's whole being is solely the reality developed inwardly through the process taking place parallel to that of forming mental pictures. In 10 years' time, nothing of what you are today will exist except the memories of your experiences. Today, nothing exists of what you were 10 years ago except what your memories have made of you. You are woven out of your memories. All that is physical flakes off and disappears. Anyone with sound common sense, who thinks through and correlates what he can observe in ordinary consciousness, will acknowledge the truth of what I have brought before you, with the help of imagination and inspiration. If we would picture to ourselves how a human being develops, taking into account his soul nature, then from one aspect, and I beg you to keep in mind that we are considering everything from one pole, the pole of thought, we would depict it thus. See drawing. When we are born, a body is provided for us. White lines. This body is gradually filled with all that results from the process taking place parallel to sense perception. Yellow lines. All that which is body, white lines, gradually flakes off. We eat, we take in a variety of substances from the air. All this reaches into the process taking place when memories are formed and builds up the bodily nature ever anew, whereas that which impregnates the soul from the metabolic system is what is buried after death. The soul itself weaves its own essential being. It develops its being from those processes which, to begin with, are experienced merely as mental pictures. One can say in truth, I live in thoughts, but what I experience as thought in ordinary consciousness is only image. It is, so to speak, an attendant phenomenon to the reality which I bring into existence. Something of extraordinary significance emerges from this. It shows that what takes place within us, unknown to ordinary consciousness, is by far the most important for man's development. We look at the world. What we perceive through our various senses brings us experiences. We rejoice in what meets our eyes or ears. And all the time while we see, hear, and feel, there slips into our inner being all that which later can be called up in memory. In other words, all that constitutes my soul slips into me. That is an activity that goes on perpetually. One can never say that it is, because it is forever surging and weaving. Whoever earnestly endeavors to ascend to spiritual knowledge will have vivid experiences of all I have indicated. Whatever one has accumulated in life by way of written notes can, like any possession, be comfortably taken home. And because, in present-day life, comfort is much preferred to inner experiences of disquiet, all knowledge tends to be given a form that allows it to be written down and comfortably taken home. It is said, however, that anthroposophical lectures do not transcribe well, so one actually does not get much from what is written down about them and comfortably taken home. But you see, that is only a reflection of the experience of higher knowledge. When a university student today prepares for an examination, he is really happy when he manages to store up some facts in his head. And when, after 3 or 4 weeks, the time comes for the examination, he hopes to be able to pour it all out unchanged as he crammed it in. One cannot set about acquiring higher knowledge in that way. Those who really develop higher knowledge are faced with spiritual perceptions that have a life of their own. Higher knowledge is perpetually alive. It will not permit itself to be so conveniently stored in notebooks as do the rigid concepts which today are kept as scientific records of the external world. These, though radically expressed, are real inner facts. Take the case of someone who has attained supersensible cognition to a fairly high degree. Let us say he has at present certain spiritual perceptions. He can attain those experiences again later by means I have often described. He may experience them after 3 or 4 years. They have, meanwhile, gone through a life of their own. If he once more builds them up, they burden his soul with uncertainty. One gradually learns that this is nothing exceptional. Supersensible knowledge in general fills one with uncertainty when it develops further, when, as it were, it grows old. One has to attain certainty about it all over again. One experiences uncertainty already the following day, even about the loftiest spiritual perceptions, and must struggle to attain the knowledge once more. Only lower kinds of perceptions cease to be alive, and they become specters which reappear unchanged. The one who has them feels satisfied that he has attained some insight into a higher world. He grabs a notebook to make sure the experience is preserved. He would in fact like to have a kind of soul notebook for the purpose. Genuine spiritual perceptions act differently. They are living entities and must continually be created anew. One must go through the process repeatedly, for already the following day uncertainty arises, especially about the loftiest experiences, and one must win certainty all over again. One must relate to spiritual knowledge as one relates to the physical world, to which is reality and not image. Let me read that again. One must relate to spiritual knowledge as one relates in the physical world to what is reality and not image. A real process in the physical world is the need to eat. Not many of you would refrain from eating today because you had a good meal a week ago. You would not say that the meal of a week ago is still in you, nourishing you, so that there is no need to eat today. By contrast, a soul content arrived at via the body remains and can be recalled unchanged in many respects. That is not the case with a spiritual soul content. This does not just fade, its very certainty is repeatedly shaken and must be regained ever again. One effect of this aspect of attaining supersensible cognition is that the world is, as it were, illumined by it. It is like coming into a brightly lit cosmic hall. After 8 days, one has the following experience. A certain residue of memory lingers due to the fact that in attaining this higher knowledge, one drew near its reality, and this had an effect even on one's physical being. But concerning the supersensible perceptions as such, one has the experience that one continuously meets them in a dark room where one must rekindle the light ever again. This is an indication of how supersensible knowledge is experienced in the human soul. When supersensible perceptions are attained, then, unlike the instinctive clairvoyant, one cannot claim that they remain like specters. The spiritual realm that is attained must be conquered anew. Yet, though the experiences do not stay in ordinary memory, the effect naturally does. The effect is felt after a time, particularly if the supersensible knowledge has to be faced again in the form of a written manuscript or even, dreadful thought, in print. The spiritual investigator may have before him a new edition of a book he has written. He is faced with the external effect of his earlier experiences. I can imagine there are lecturers who experience deep inner satisfaction when they have before them the result of the golden words they have spun together, especially if, again and again, new editions are produced based on those same golden words. It is a very pleasurable feeling. But the written results originating from spiritual perceptions do not provide pleasurable feelings. They cause pain. What has become preserved and poured out into the physical world is a source of pain. That is the other side of the coin. This pain is not only like going with one's spiritual perceptions into a dark room where one must kindle the light ever anew. It is like going into a room where arrows are hurled at one from all sides, and armor must be created against what one meets as a residue, as an embodied remnant of supersensible worlds. This is an indication of how soul life is experienced when one has reached higher knowledge. In ordinary consciousness, one does not experience the soul's life directly. It is adjusted to the physical body and experienced through it. To experience the soul directly is different. The soul is continuously becoming. It is in a state of transformation and metamorphosis. This fact escapes one unless during supersensible experience one enters into the process and identifies with it. Yet to do so is felt to be unbearable. It causes pain because it is bound up with the past. Whenever a spiritual experience is not of the present, it causes pain, and one must be armed against this pain. So you see, if the living content of higher knowledge has really been absorbed, it is not so easy to live with as that to which our students listen in the universities. That knowledge only hurts when it has been forgotten, and the students do badly in examinations. Although that kind of knowledge does not in itself cause pain, but pleasure, for when the students possess it, they rejoice. The knowledge may pain them later if they come to see that there is something better than their own knowledge, which has become like fixed ideas in them. When the supersensible is entered into deeply, one experiences it as through and through alive. One learns how to attain and how to endure it. In the knowledge itself, one finds joy and satisfaction, and also pain. One also learns at last to know the soul directly in its reality. In ordinary daily life, the soul has fallen so deeply into materialism that its life appears to consist merely of pale concepts. Into these pale concepts warmth of feeling must be poured to rescue the soul life from the painful, pale, cold thoughts, which are but images without life. Whereas what is attained as supersensible knowledge is alive. It is in fact the living soul. And this living soul content gives us the first real concept of what we are. For our memory pictures are but faint reflections of the reality. If we manage to penetrate the curtain of memories, we arrive at that which I have just described as joyful, satisfying, light-filled, and also painful experiences of the world. In its participation in this, our soul is united with a knowledge which itself contains soul life. The past we experience as pain. but we become aware that what we experience as happiness and delight goes with us through the portal of death. It is the future. There must flow into ordinary powers of comprehension a reflection, but a living one, of what I have been saying. If mankind's past evolution is contemplated merely in the light of the frigid ideas of history, it remains just image, an image which has significance only as long as it remains in our head. Just as the mental pictures we form of sense perceptions have significance only as long as we have them in our heads, so, too, the mental pictures of history formed purely intellectually have significance only for the head. What in popular terms is called the spirit of the times is, in fact, the historian's own spirit, held up to reflect the times. One only learns real history when one participates with living knowledge in the reality of world evolution and mankind's evolution, when one feels the greatest intensity of pleasure and pain in the events taking place in the world. This means, for example, to turn the eye of the soul backward in time to, let us say, ancient Persia, India, or Greece, or any other past age. When, for instance, one feels how differently the Greeks experienced their tragedies from the way modern man experiences a theater performance. Goethe pointed to the fundamental difference between Greek tragedies and modern dramas when he said that a modern drama is a shadowy affair, whereas a Greek tragedy was a world-shaking event. And certainly those who experienced a Greek tragedy were affected by it very differently from the way modern man is affected. The latter goes to the theater to be amused and lets the play flow over him indifferently. When a Greek watched a tragedy, he felt shaken through and through. He felt shattered right down into his bodily nature. The basic issues he saw portrayed sent a chill down his spine. The Greeks also experienced life as full of sin and guilt and therefore full of sickness. They felt the tragedy as a healing force. They felt that a remedy was needed and that the public performances repeatedly raised life out of its state of guilt and sickness to what it truly ought to be. Thus the Greek tragedy was not something that merely provided amusement. It constituted a power that acted as healing for what in social life continuously fell into sickness. What effect has modern drama on present-day society? Its effect might be compared with that of having one's hair shampooed by the hairdresser, whereas the effect of a Greek tragedy must be compared with one's soul and body being healed by a truly competent physician, who with genuine health-giving medicine dynamically vitalizes the organism through and through. When one approaches history, identifying oneself completely with every situation, such as the one of a Greek watching a tragedy, then history is indeed experienced very differently from the usual way where there is no participation. In the present-day world, there is also social sickness, but no remedy is sought as was done in ancient Greece. If one really transfers one's soul into the Greek age in the anthroposophical sense, then, if I may express myself somewhat trivially, one at last catches hold of the soul element, which nowadays is otherwise suppressed in ordinary consciousness. In contemplating the world, one discovers the soul. This is what I wanted to describe to you in order to demonstrate that if the soul is to be known in its reality, one must first find where it is hidden. The images produced in ordinary consciousness tell one nothing of the soul. However, these images are what psychologists describe as soul. If one opens a book on modern psychology, one finds the first chapter dealing with mental pictures, but described in the way they appear in ordinary consciousness. What psychologists describe is that which at every moment dissolves. See drawing red, page 24. Nothing is said about the parallel process taking place beneath it. This approach of modern psychology could be compared with a conference in which, instead of the chief speakers being present, only their portraits were there. The portraits would have the same relation to the living reality they depict as man's mental life has to reality in ordinary consciousness. Psychologists are dealing with nothing but pictures. What matters is the reality behind them. I have been at pains to show you the reality that lies behind mental pictures. One cannot reach the soul through ordinary consciousness. It must first be drawn up from hidden depths. That must be kept in mind. To do so is very important when one speaks about the human soul in relation to world evolution. As the soul's true being is attained, so one gradually enters into world evolution. In these first 2 lectures, I have attempted to show how through spiritual knowledge one can reach the soul. Now that a foundation has been laid, we shall consider in the further lectures human soul life and its connection with world evolution in a more accessible form. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 5th of May, 1922. In order to extend our considerations and link on to what was said last week, let us bring to mind some of the things already known to us. When we consider man as he lives between birth and death, we see his life divided into sections which can be studied from various aspects. Attention has often been drawn to the alternating states of waking and sleeping, and we know that dreaming is a state between these two. Thus we have 3 states of consciousness in ordinary life: waking, dreaming, and sleeping. Human nature itself can be divided correspondingly. When we trace the content of ordinary consciousness, we experience thinking, that is, forming mental pictures. I have often pointed out that only in this state, or to the extent that we are in this state, are we really awake. Anyone who observes himself without prejudice will acknowledge that feeling presents a much duller state of consciousness than thinking. Feelings surge through the soul, and unlike mental pictures, we cannot relate them so definitely, either to something in the external world or to something remembered. And we are conscious, or at least could become conscious, that as soon as we are awake, feelings come and go, very much the way dreams come and go, in the intermediate state between waking and sleeping. Anyone who has a sense for comparing different states of consciousness must say to himself, dreams have a pictorial quality. Feelings are more like indefinite forces surging within us. But apart from their content, dreams come and go just as feelings come and go. Furthermore, dreams emerge from a general darkness and dullness of consciousness, just as feelings emerge and again submerge within a general inner existence. When we consider the will, we find that what takes place within us when we have a will impulse remains as unknown to us as that which we sleep through. The only aspect that is clear in a will impulse is the thought that initiated it. What next comes into consciousness is the movement of our limbs, or the event taking place in the external world through our will. But what takes place in the legs when walking, or in the arms when we lift them, remains as unconscious as that which takes place between falling asleep and waking. So we can say that while we are awake, we experience all 3 conditions of waking, dreaming, and sleeping. However, we shall only arrive at a comprehensive knowledge of man if we use discernment when comparing what is given us on the one hand as sleeping, dreaming, and waking, and on the other as willing, feeling, and thinking. Let us consider sleeping man on the one hand, and on the other man engaged in an act of will. The characteristic feature of sleeping man is that the very factor that makes us human, the experience of the I or ego, is absent. This situation is usually described by saying that the I, between falling asleep and waking up, is outside of what is present before us as physical man. Let us now compare dreaming man with man experiencing feelings. By means of ordinary self-observation, we recognize that dream pictures come before the soul in a, so to speak, neutral fashion. When we dream either on waking or falling asleep, we cannot really say the pictures come before the soul like a tapestry. Rather do they surge and weave within the soul. Thus, what then takes place in the soul differs from what occurs when fully awake. When awake, we know that we take hold of the pictures which we then have. We grasp them in our inner being. They are not so nebulous and indefinite as dreams. Let me illustrate what has just been described, left-hand drawing. Let us imagine man schematically, white lines, and draw what we imagine to be weaving dreams, red lines. One must imagine the red part as a tissue of dreams experienced by the soul, which continually withdraws and again approaches the soul. The moment he wakes up, man does not experience such a tissue of weaving pictures. He now has the pictures of whatever he is experiencing firmly within him. Right-hand drawing. The weaving pictures, which were formerly outside, are now within him. He lays hold of them with his body, and because he does so, they are no longer undefined weaving pictures, but something which he controls inwardly. When man is fully awake, then, what weaves and hovers as dreams become thoughts within him. He is then in control of what now lives in his soul as mental pictures. In this relationship, you can see that the soul is taking hold of something which from outside draws into man. What has just been described is in fact the entry of what we call the astral body into man's inner being. To ordinary consciousness, it is that which, before entry, weaves and hovers as dreams. The astral body is, therefore, within us when, after waking, we begin to think. We then form mental pictures, and we know that we do so, for these mental pictures are under our control. As long as they are dreams, they hover outside. You need only imagine a kind of cloud that hovers near you in which dreams are weaving. You then draw in this cloud. You now control it from within. Because it is no longer outside, you cease to dream. Just as you grasp objects with your hands, so do you grasp dreams with your inner being, which means that you have drawn in the astral body. We must ask, what precisely is it that we now have within us? We can perhaps find a point of reference by looking at certain dreams which are not just pictures, but begin also to become indefinite feelings. Just think how often dreams can be quite unpleasant. Many dreams are connected with anxiety. You wake up feeling anxious. In this undefined state of anxiety, less often it may be a state of joy, you have the first glimmer of something which, as it further develops, becomes fully present as you wake up. What is it that glimmers forth when a dream causes, for example, anxiety? Such dreams are interwoven with feelings. Anxiety is a feeling. The feeling is undefined because the dream is still partly outside the organism, yet it is far enough within to intermingle with feeling. It interweaves with what already lives in the soul as feeling. Only when the astral body has entered completely do you have definite feelings. These are conditioned by the physical organization and can now be penetrated by mental pictures present in the astral body. When we consider certain nightmares and anxiety dreams in the right light, we draw near to what actually takes place when the astral body enters man's physical body. You will always find that it is some disorder in the breathing which causes the state of anxiety of some dreams. From this you can see clearly that the astral body draws in and again draws out through the breath. It is really possible to observe these things, if only the observation is thorough enough and free from prejudice. Something can be seen here that enables us to recognize that what weaves in dreams is in fact the astral body, and that it draws into our organism by taking hold of the breath as we wake up. This leads to the recognition of something else that is not normally taken into account but is of great significance. The human being is usually regarded as if he were simply a physical organism, a body built up of solid matter. That is just not true. The least part of the human being is solid, less than 10%. For the rest, it is a water organism, an organism of liquid, so that in reality we must think of this organism built up in such a way that 1/10 is solid, see drawing white lines, and the solid saturated with water, blue lines. You only represent the human organism truly when you see it as a column of liquid in which the solid is deposited. However, there is more to it. We must also picture the human organism as an organism of air. The air is outside, we breathe it in. A part of the outside air is now within us, and we breathe it out again. So we are also an air organism. Let us draw that too, red lines. It is just this air organism which is taken hold of by the astral body as we wake up. We breathe in the air. It goes through transformations, the effect of which pours through the whole organism. The oxygen takes up the carbon and transforms it into carbonic acid. Thus an air process continually takes place within us. As we wake up, the air process is permeated by the astral body. The movement of the astral body follows the same path as the air through the organism. The air process consists solely of air when we sleep. When we are awake, then the movements of the astral body, as it were, swim along within what lives in us as air processes. But now depict to yourselves the following. The astral body draws into that which I have schematically drawn in red and carries out its movements, in fact carries out its general activity within the air organism. This all takes place within the watery organism, which is represented in the blue lines. When we are awake, these air processes are in reality processes of the astral body, and they continually push against the watery organism. Man's etheric body is within the watery organism, both night and day. So you have simultaneously a reciprocal effect between the etheric body and the astral body, as well as between their physical counterparts, which are the air processes and the water processes. Thus you can visualize these processes running their course within man between his breathing and the movements of all the bodily fluids. Yet that is again merely a copy of what takes place between the astral and etheric bodies. The whole organism, consisting of solid, fluid, and air, is also permeated with warmth. See drawing yellow lines, page 38. The whole organism has its own warmth, that is, its own warmth ether. On the gaseous waves moves astrality, and in the warmth flowing through the body moves the actual I, or ego, of man. So you have the physical body as such, then the fluid body, which is also physical but differentiated from the solid physical body. the fluid physical body has an intimate connection with the etheric body. Then the gaseous organism, which has an intimate connection with the astral body, and finally all the warmth processes, that is, the warmth ether in man, which has an intimate connection with the human eye. Thus, one can say that in the various physical constituents of man, we have a picture of the whole man. The solid part, so to speak, exists by itself. The fluid within the organism cannot exist by itself. Within the head we have very little solid, and what there is swims in the cerebral fluid. Within this fluid is the etheric part of the head. In the breathing process, the following takes place. As we breathe in, the breath pushes inward up through the spinal fluid toward the brain. In our waking state, the astral also moves along this thrusting movement toward the etheric part of the head. We have then, on the one hand, an interaction of the movement of the cerebral fluid with the movement of the breath, and on the other, an interaction of the etheric part of the head, of which what takes place in the cerebral fluid is only an image, with the breathing process, which is again only an image of the astrality in man. We also have a continuous interplay of warmth. The movement of the blood mediates the warmth. On the waves of this sea of warmth, our eye also moves. To become clear about these interactions within man's bodily nature, it is essential that we represent them vividly to ourselves. Only the solid organism can be observed by itself. The fluid organism does not have the possibility of moving in waves the way water moves in the external world. The play of movement in the fluid organism is an image of what takes place in the etheric body. Again, what takes place in the delicate processes of breathing is an image of what takes place in man's astral body. Keeping this in mind, let us once more look at the cerebral fluid. Within it certain movements take place, copying movements of the etheric body. Man acquires the etheric body when he descends from spiritual worlds into the physical world. Within the spiritual world he does not yet possess it. But as man takes hold of his physical body, he also takes possession of his etheric body. He, as it were, draws out the ether from the cosmos. He can unite with the physical body, which he receives through heredity, only when he has drawn the ether from the cosmos. So that all that lives in the etheric body of man we bring with us when we take hold of the physical body. The human embryo develops within the maternal body. Let us consider the fluid within the embryo. In general physiology, only the solid components, or what appear to be solid components, are examined, not the fluid. Were this to be investigated, it would be found that the cerebral fluid, in particular, contains an image of all that which was present already in the ether body, as the ether was drawn together and which then slips into physical man. If this is the physical body, see drawing, in which the physical human embryo develops, I do not draw the solid, only the fluid embryo, red lines. Then what as astral and I is present descends from the spiritual world. What has been drawn together from the ether slips in, yellow lines. In fact, as he dives down into his physical body, the fluid part of the organism absorbs what man brings with him. Therefore, if the movements within the cerebral fluid of the child were to be investigated, they would be found to be like a photograph of what the human being has been before he united with the physical body. You see, it is very significant to realize that a photograph is to be found in the cerebral fluid, that is to say, in the movements of the cerebral fluid, of what has taken place before conception. It is fairly easy to understand that a kind of photograph of what existed before conception is to be found in the cerebral fluid. But let us now consider the process of breathing. Breathing appears to be an out-and-out physical process because of the way our lungs function. Air is drawn in, and under the influence of the external world, the breathing takes place even when we are asleep. That is, even when the eternal part of our being is not united with the temporal part. Our breathing is not affected by whether we are awake or asleep. When we sleep, the wave movements of the breath go through the organism. When we are awake, they in addition carry the astral body. In other words, they are able to carry the astral body, but it is not incumbent on them to do so, for when we are asleep, they do not. What follows from this? It follows that the reason the cerebral fluid can carry on by itself is because it is isolated within man's inner being. It constitutes a kind of continuation of what existed before. On the other hand, nothing of what existed before can be continued in this intimate way within our breath. When we consider the human head, we find within the cerebral fluid, that is, within the physical body itself, the actual continuation of pre-natal spiritual man. Whereas when we consider the organization of the chest and the process of breathing, we find a different situation. The physical breath takes place by itself. See drawing, yellow lines. The spiritual is less strongly connected with the physical process, red lines. Therefore, one must say that in the head, spiritual man, the man of soul and spirit, is closely connected with physical man. They have become a unity. In the chest, that is not the case. There, the two are more apart. The physical organism is more by itself, and so too the soul spiritual. Let us now compare this with the state of dreaming. When we dream, the I and astral body are outside. They are separated from the sleeping body. However, for the chest man, that is to some extent always the case. The chest man, that is the man of breath and heart, in short, rhythmic man, is the organism for feeling. Feelings run their course like dreams, because the soul spiritual is not so firmly connected with the physical organism, is not so completely within physical man. So you see, if one wants to consider the whole man, one must take into account these different interactions of what pertains to the soul and what pertains to the body. In our materialistic age, the human being is considered only in the most external way. This is evident from the way modern science looks upon man, as if he were nothing but a solid organism within which the soul is somehow active. On this basis, it is impossible to visualize how, for example, an impulse of will, experienced purely within the soul, can lead to the lifting of the arms or legs. In fact, from the point of view of what we experience as the soul's part in an act of will, the human organism, as conceived by modern anatomy and physiology, is like a piece of wood, and as alien to the soul as a piece of wood. What in physiology today is described as human legs is like a description of two pieces of wood. They are related to the soul as if they were wooden legs. As little as the soul could have any relationship with two pieces of wood lying about, just as little could it have any relationship with legs as described by modern physiology. However, human legs are penetrated by liquid. Here we already come upon something in which it is easier to understand that the spiritual can be active within it. Yet it is still difficult. Once we have come to the gaseous, the airy element, then we are in a physical material so fine that it is much easier to visualize the soul element to be within it, and easier still when we come to warmth. Just think how close a connection can come about between the warmth of the physical organism and the soul. You may at some time have had a terrible fright and grown quite hot. There you have an inner experience of the connection between the soul and the warmth in the physical organism. In fact, when we examine the solid, fluid, gaseous, and warmth components of the whole organism, we gradually arrive at the soul. It can be said that the eye takes hold of the inner warmth, the astral body of the gaseous, the ether body of the fluid, and only the solid remains untouched. In the solid nothing enters. Picture to yourselves the way the human organism functions. You have the human brain, see drawing, page 46, that has fluid in it, and also solid parts, into which, as I said, the soul does not enter. The solid parts are, in reality, salt deposits. Whatever solid we have within us is always salt-like deposit. Our bones consist solely of such deposits. In the brain, very fine deposits continually occur and again dissolve. There is always a tendency in our brain to bone formation. The brain has a tendency to become quite bony. But it does not become bony because something is in movement and is continually dissolved. When we examine the organism, especially the brain, we first find within it a condition of warmth, and within the warmth, the air, which is the bearer of the astral body, and is continually playing into the cerebral fluid while being breathed in and out. We then have the cerebral fluid, in which the ether body lives. Then we come to the solid, into which the soul cannot enter because it consists of deposited salt. Because of this salt formation, which is less than 10% of the total organism, we have within us something into which the soul cannot enter. As human beings, we have an organism. Within this organism there are warmth, gaseous, and fluid elements, all of which the soul can penetrate. This is comparable to having objects on which light falls but cannot penetrate and is therefore thrown back. Let us say we have a mirror. Light cannot go through it and is therefore reflected. Similarly, the soul cannot penetrate the solid, salt organism and is therefore continually reflected. If this were not the case, there would be no consciousness at all. Your consciousness consists of soul experiences reflected from the salt organism. You are not aware of the soul life as it is absorbed by the warmth, gaseous, and fluid organism. You experience it only because the soul life within the warmth, gaseous, and fluid is reflected everywhere by salt, just as sunbeams are reflected by a mirror. The outcome of this reflection is our mental pictures. When someone deposits too much salt, salt always takes on forms, then he produces a lot of mental pictures. He becomes rich in thoughts. If too little salt is secreted, the thoughts have vague outlines like reflections from a faulty mirror. Or, said differently, when too much salt is secreted, thoughts predominate and become very precise, and he who has them becomes pedantic. He is convinced of the rightness of his thoughts because they arise from so much solid. He becomes materialistic. When too little salt is secreted, or perhaps too much in the rest of the organism but too little in the head, then the thoughts become indefinite, and the person becomes fanciful, or perhaps he becomes a mystic. Our soul life is dependent on the material processes taking place within us. It may be necessary, when someone is too prone to fanciful ideas, to administer some remedy that will enable him to deposit more salt, or else give better form to the salt he does deposit. He will then escape from his fantasies. However, one should not make too great an effort to cure a human being by physical means of his fantasies or pedantry. Not much can be done anyway. To do something different is more important and can be of great value. Someone who knows how to observe human beings in regard to both soul and body will notice if there is too much sediment whether in the head or in the organs of the rhythmic or metabolic systems. He will notice it because the whole thought configuration becomes different. The manner in which a person alters his thoughts can contribute significantly to a diagnosis. But such delicate reactions are not often noticed. For example, someone may suddenly make mistakes repeatedly when speaking. He does not normally do so, but suddenly he makes mistakes again and again. It may last a few days and then cease. He has suffered a slight ailment, and the mistakes in speaking are merely a symptom. Such instances can often be described quite exactly. For example, someone may for a few days secrete too much gastric acid. Now, what occurs? This gastric acid dissolves certain substances in the stomach, which ought to pass on beyond the stomach. This means that the organism is deprived of these substances, with the result that the person's inner mirror pictures lack the necessary sharpness. His thoughts become vague and he makes mistakes in speaking. You will have realized what must be done. One must provide a remedy that will ensure less acidity in the stomach. Then the person's thoughts will again become ordered. His digestion is now in order, and he ceases to make mistakes when speaking. Or take the example of someone who absorbs gastric acid too intensely. This can occur if the spleen is abnormally active. When this happens, the gastric acid is distributed throughout the body. The body, as it were, becomes all stomach. Such acid sediments are, in fact, the cause of many illnesses. A specific pricking pain may be felt, or, if the head is affected, a feeling of dullness. When you look at such a person with insight, it will often be found that the absorption of all the acidity has created in him a certain greediness. When someone is permeated with acidity, his eyes may lose their friendly expression. If someone is suffering from too much acidity, his eyes will reveal it. It is sometimes possible to restore his friendly expression by administering an acid that can be digested in the stomach, because it is of a kind that has no tendency to spread throughout the organism. The reason I am saying all this is to show you that the science of the spirit meant here does not simply contemplate the human soul in a nebulous way. It recognizes the soul as the ruler and builder of the body, active within it everywhere. The human organism is described nowadays as if it were solid through and through. The solid alone is taken into account. It is impossible to arrive at any conception of how the soul actually exists within the body, unless one also considers the fluid, gaseous, and warmth elements of the organism. The soul does not live in the solid part of the organism. It does not enter the solid any more than light penetrates a mirror. Light is thrown back from the mirror. The soul retreats everywhere from the salt. The peculiarity of the soul is that it is deflected from the bones. See drawing, red lines. We carry our bones within us, empty of soul. The soul is not within them, but is rayed back into the organism. The bones in the skull are really ingeniously arranged. The soul rays out in all directions and is reflected into our inner being. We do exist within the skull bones, but only as solid physical man. If we would make a comprehensive sketch of the head, we would have to depict the soul as raying out within the head. See drawing, red lines. If nothing else happened, we would be in a dull unconscious condition. However, as the soul cannot enter the bones of the skull, it is rayed back into our inner being. Arrows, short red lines. We experience the soul only when it is reflected into our inner being. So you see how matters stand. The reality is that you have the soul within you, rayed back from the mirror of the skull bones. Spiritual science does not exclude what is material. On the contrary, recognition of how the soul controls matter makes it at last comprehensible. After all, one does not come to know that someone is a baker by the fact that he makes certain movements, but from knowing that the movements he makes shape the rolls and croissants. Neither does one come to know the soul through abstract considerations, but by knowing that a reflection of the soul's activity is to be found in the physical organism. It is a question of understanding the organism rightly and recognizing that it is an image of the soul. If we cannot make the effort to understand even man's physical nature, we shall never learn to know the soul. We must have the goodwill to understand how human nature comes to expression through the physical. What is usually spoken of as soul, by those who will not approach the physical with spiritual insight, is something utterly unreal. It is as unreal as if you had a tasty meal before you, and instead of eating it, tried to eat its reflection in a mirror standing beside it. One can become knowledgeable about the soul only by observing her creative activity, and not by persisting to regard it as a mere abstraction. And one should certainly not adopt the view that to be a conscientious spiritual scientist one must scorn the material. Rather should the material be understood spiritually. It will then reveal itself as spirit through and through. To do otherwise is to live in intellectual abstractions, and they obscure rather than enlighten. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. This is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on the 6th of May, 1922. My main concern yesterday was to show that the human soul is an active being, that she permeates the human organism with creative activity. When contemplating the soul, one must always keep in mind that provided one grasps the human organism in its totality, as it appears to external sight, it reveals itself as an expression of the soul. And in so far as the organism is mobile and in constant transformation, it must also be seen as the soul's creation. However, this is only one side of soul life. Today we shall begin to investigate the other side. Let us look for a moment at man in relation to his environment, bearing in mind what was said in the first lecture of this course. The first thing that one notices in this relationship is that man's life of soul is separate, is external to the beings and objects which surround him. It cannot be said that we are within the chair on which we sit or within the table at which we stand. We see the outside of these things, and we are outside of them, even with our soul life. In fact, we are just as much outside part of our own organism. To fully realize this, you need only think through what has often been mentioned in regard to our will impulses. The fact that we first have the thought, the mental picture that we want to lift an arm. Then after the thought has disappeared somewhere into the organism, we have the phenomenon of the lifted arm. But what goes on in the organism after we first had the thought, up to the moment when the arm movement is seen, we cannot even say after the thought has worked. For the effect of the thought does not enter our consciousness, lies outside the awareness of the human soul to begin with. It is, in fact, as much outside the soul as the table or chair. Just as I do not penetrate the chair, so do I not penetrate into what takes place within me when a will impulse is carried out. However, as soon as man attains higher supersensible cognition, he becomes aware of what actually takes place. For ordinary consciousness, the situation is that man, through his senses, perceives the outside of things, color, sound, warmth, and so on. This aspect of things then continues within him. That is, he forms mental pictures of them. That is the situation when man's attention is directed toward the external world. When man looks within himself, he becomes aware first of all that he retains mental pictures of the things he has observed. These can be called up again, or at least that is how it appears. We have seen that the situation is somewhat different, but for ordinary consciousness, that is how it appears. The mental pictures are saturated with feelings, which dream-like well up from our human nature. In short, we also see a world when we turn our attention inward. This world presses toward us from within as much as do color and sound from without. In a certain sense, we are as much outside of what meets us there as we are outside the things that meet us in the external world. However, this situation changes, both in regard to the external as well as the internal world, when we ascend to higher knowledge, in a way that has often been described in lectures and in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment. The first to be attained is imaginative cognition, then inspired cognition. This may be well known to you. When this happens, then the situation that can be called, quote, the standing outside of things, close quote, becomes different. Through imaginative cognition of the external world, we first attain pictures. When these are dealt with appropriately, they become pictures of what surrounds us as an external spiritual world. Already at this point, inspired cognition must step in. Through inspired cognition, we attain insight into an external spiritual world which surrounds us, just as the sense world of color, sound, warmth, and so on surrounds us. When we stand before this whole world, which is now an external spiritual world, we must constantly be aware that it is something which is apart from ourselves. In this spiritual world, we discover elemental beings, and also beings of the higher hierarchies. All this is something other than what we are ourselves. We do learn to know ourselves ever more as spiritual beings, but we also learn to distinguish ourselves from all other beings. While we carry out exercises which lead us to knowledge of the external spiritual world, we also make progress in the inward direction. What we first discover is that from the viewpoint of the soul, we come to value our head with its knowledge rather less. By contrast, we become very aware of that knowledge which is more concentrated in the heart, not so much in the physical heart as in the etheric and astral heart. At this point, something of the greatest significance becomes crystal clear knowledge. Let me make a drawing of what it is that man discovers when he progresses in the inward direction. Imagine this to be the heart. See drawing, red lines. And above the heart, all that which man prizes so highly on the physical plane, his thoughts. This web of thoughts man feels to be located in his head, and when, without higher knowledge, he contemplates his being as a whole, he feels the thoughts to be, what shall I say, the more aristocratic part of human nature. But thoughts themselves do not care particularly about the person as such. Let us say we think of a triangle. We have to devote ourselves to the thoughts concerned with the triangle. His lordship, the thought, does not care whether I have a headache or a stomach ache. To him it makes not a scrap of difference what condition I am in. Nor does he care whether I am sad or cheerful, whether something is painful or enjoyable. Within the consciousness of my head, the thought of triangle rules supreme with a certain nonchalance, not caring about my subjective well-being. This is the reason why people whose main concern is their subjective well-being fall asleep when one mentions thoughts that have no concern for their subjective state. Well, the life of thought is, in a certain sense, a distinguished world, unconcerned with subjective states. However, when man sends his subjectivity into this distinguished realm, thus making it feel closer to his human nature, then his feelings pass through his heart. rays from the head shoot, as it were, down into the lower part of man, and from there well up again. See drawing, arrows. But what is it that wells up? From below there arise feelings, instincts, urges, passions. Everything active in man's nature bursts forth, red arrows. Within all this subjectivity, which is part of man, wells up also the effect of everything that seethes in the organism itself. The effects of whatever processes that are taking place in the stomach or intestines or in any other bodily function burst forth and come up to meet him together with the instincts and passions, so that one can indeed say that there, above, a distinguished world exists. Distinguished it may be, but as it has no concern for subjectivity, it contains no soul life. Thoughts in themselves are not subjective. For them it is quite immaterial whether Smith thinks of a lion or a triangle, or whether Jones thinks of them. Thoughts are not concerned about subjects. The soul aspect only becomes evident when out of man's inner being there well up feelings or instincts which saturate the thoughts. Subjectivity only enters when, for example, Smith, being a hero, thinks of a lion, and there well up within him feelings of a kind that make him unafraid of a lion, whereas when Jones, being a coward, thinks of a lion, he immediately wants to flee. The thought lion is universal. It contains no soul element. It is spiritual. Soul comes into it when it meets the instinctive element within man. That is what imbues the thought lion with a soul content, which in Smith's case makes him think of some instrument with which to attack the lion and defend himself, come what may. Or in Jones's case makes him think of how fast he can run, and so on. In ordinary life, thoughts are imbued with soul, because in one way or another the soul element always rays into the spiritual. However, when the ascent has been made first to imaginative cognition and then to inspired cognition, things become different. At first there is a great struggle to beat back the instincts and desires, which are now all the more in evidence for being undisguised. They must not be allowed expression. They must be vanquished completely. However, something else rises toward the heart, which has now become a wonderful sense organ, a great etheric sense organ, as large as the whole blood system. Toward this heart there now rise not what lives in instincts and passions, but another kind of thought complex, white arrows. These thoughts come up to meet the thoughts which have their origin in the external world, and have made the head their abode in such an aristocratic manner. But the thoughts now rising through the heart to meet them are mighty pictures, which do not in any way express what otherwise rises up within the organism. They express what man was before birth. Man learns to know himself in his existence within the spiritual world before he was born or conceived on earth. That is what comes up to meet him. He is transported into his existence in the spiritual world before he descended into physical embodiment. This occurs not through what lives in his passions and desires, but through what meets him when he has attained imaginative and inspired cognition. As he learns to know his own being within the spiritual world, he also learns to distinguish himself from what to imaginative and inspired cognition otherwise surrounds us as an external spiritual world. In that world we learn to know elemental beings, angels, archangels, and so on. Out of the wisdom itself we learn to know our own being, now widened beyond earth existence. This also leads to a significant insight into the working of the soul. We gradually come to recognize that the soul is completely poured out within the head. It has shaped the head in its own image, see drawing, blue, and organized it for the external world. so that the latter can imprint itself and become mental pictures when we retain in memory, which we retain in memory, whereas within the rest of the organism, as I indicated yesterday, the soul life does not unite so intensely with the physical. It remains more separate. Therefore, when the heart becomes sense organ, we can look down into the flaming, scorching, burning emotions, desires, and passions on the one hand, but also into that which lives alongside them, yet never unites with them, our eternal being. It now becomes clear that as far as the head is concerned, our soul is buried within it. There the soul rests. The head is essentially an external organ, organized for reflecting the physical environment. In the head we grasp the external physical world. We grasp ourselves when we look through the heart into the depth of our being. For ordinary consciousness, the waves of emotion are all that are thrust up from that depth. When we gain more insight through higher knowledge, then our eternal being comes up to meet us. Then our soul learns to unite itself with that spiritual being which is ourself. We are not part of the spiritual environment which we see outside. We are that which we behold through our heart when it has become sense organ. The path which otherwise led only to the experience of our soul's external side, its urges and desires, now leads us into the eternal soul within us, which is saturated with spirit. The eternal soul is as spiritual as the spiritual environment. We have come into a sphere where soul and spirit are one. No matter how much you seek within the brain, only what is physical is to be found there. In the head you are yourself physical. Yet the brain is the main field of research for modern psychology. It is said that psychology investigates the soul, but only the brain is investigated. This can be done because the brain is an expression of the soul which lies entombed within it. The soul rests like a corpse within the brain, and this corpse is the subject of modern psychology. The soul itself is beneath the heart, where it is united with the spirit. Only its external aspect unites with the instincts and desires. The soul's inner being does not. Now we discover something else. Let us look once more at a sense organ, at the eye. To begin with, you look around you with physical sight. Let us, for the moment, disregard the fact that we usually come together under artificial light. It can easily be proved in a roundabout way that too has something to do with sunlight. But for the moment we will disregard this kind of light. Let us imagine a lecture given on a beautiful morning in an open field, where instead of this dreadful light we should have sunshine. Something like that is, after all, a common enough experience. There we would have the sun everywhere, for the sun is more than just the disk or sphere up there, for it radiates everywhere. When its rays fall on a flower, they are reflected back to us. The sun penetrates our eyes, and it is thanks to the sun that we see the flower and form a mental picture of it. Everywhere we see objects because of the sun. It is easy enough to recognize that insofar as we see objects illumined, it is the sun which, via the eyes and brain, is the mediator of the external physical knowledge we gain of these objects. However, it is not only through our eyes that the sun mediates knowledge of the external world. There is a deep element of truth in the words heard in Faust, quote, "The sun-orb sings in emulation mid brother spheres his ancient round." Close quote. This cosmic harmony is indeed present, and in so far as it manifests in our atmosphere, it is also ultimately a reflection of the sun. Thus, sound, too, comes to a certain roundabout way from the sun. Everything that is perceptible in the external physical world comes from the sun. Warmth, sound, everything, not only as not as directly as light. And now I must say something which no doubt sounds surprising when first heard. It may, to begin with, be difficult to understand, but not after it has once been thought through as we are accustomed to do in anthroposophy. We are, in reality, within the sun. We are within the external, physical, etheric aspect of the sun in all that which we externally perceive because of the sun's presence, and our senses' inner connection with what the sun enables us to perceive. However, when we attain imaginative and inspired cognition, that is, when through the heart we penetrate further into our own being, then we experience the sun differently. At a certain point, when inspired cognition begins, and we are within a world of pictures, which at the same time are realities, we become aware, as if through a sudden jolt of soul and spirit, that we have arrived within the sun. This is an experience of immense significance. On earth, the sun shines on us. As human beings, we perceive things around us because they reflect the sunlight. But the moment we ascend to inspired cognition, when for us the heart becomes a sense organ, we suddenly experience ourselves within the sun. We no longer look up and see the sun move in its orbit. I am taking into account only the sun's apparent movement. Rather, do we feel that with our heart we are within the sun and moving with it. For us the heart is in the sun, and the sun becomes our eye, EYE, with which we behold what begins to appear around us. The sun now becomes our eye and our ear and our organ of warmth. We no longer feel that we are outside the sun. Rather do we feel transported into the sun and existing within the light. Formerly we were always outside the light, but now that we have plunged with our being into the heart, we have the feeling that our relation to the world is such that we are within the light, that our being is light. Within the undulating, weaving light, we touch the spiritual beings with the organs of light, which we now possess. We are now in our soul being akin not to the world outside the sun, but to the world within it. And I want to emphasize that our being becomes linear, so much so that we feel we are within the sun's linear path. When we advance just a little further in higher cognition, we feel ourselves to be not only within the sun, but also to a certain extent beyond it. See drawing. Formerly we were tiny human beings there below, and we looked up at the sun. But now that we have come into the sun, we feel we are, with our soul being, within the sun, and the world which was formerly around us is now within us. See drawing, green. Only when this insight has been reached do we begin to understand that this is where our soul goes when in ordinary life we sleep. We are then where, in order to perceive, we must look through the sun. The reason we see nothing is because we go, as souls, into a world that can only become understandable to us when it reflects the sun. We have to get further out, beyond the realm of the sun sphere. This can be achieved only through inspiration and intuition. Not until we are beyond the sun sphere do we perceive anything. This is because we, as human earth beings, press through all kinds of objects belonging to the earth when we go out of our physical and etheric bodies. We do this from falling asleep till waking. At first we do not see ourselves. When we have attained spiritual sight, we perceive other beings. We can only perceive ourselves when, through schooling, we come out into the realm where we were between death and a new birth. What is it that separates us from the realm in which we live between death and rebirth? There is only one answer: the sun. As human beings, we are born into the physical world. Before conception, that is, before we came down, we had no connection with the external physical sun, only with the spiritual behind the sun. We then descended into the physical world, where the sun shines everywhere. And here we take into our thoughts, that is, we form mental pictures of what the sun makes physically visible. The physical sun prevents us from seeing the spiritual. And when, after falling asleep, we are out there among the physical objects which the sun made visible, then we are too weak to see beyond the sun's domain. And we see nothing within its domain, because during earthly life we are adapted to our physical body, but not to beholding the beings that surround us in the external world, elemental beings and spirits of the higher hierarchies. So you see, from this aspect too, it is clear that the soul as such can be known only to a consciousness higher than the ordinary one. It also makes it clear that the soul has a deep inner kinship with all that makes up the world. It is intimately bound up with the whole world evolution. When we inhabit our body, then it is the sun that makes the external world visible, audible, and so on. But it also prevents us from beholding the spiritual world. When we ascend to the spiritual world, we come in a certain sense to the other side of the sun. In physical life, we are this side of the sun's being, and when we advance to the spiritual world, we come to the other side. Our consciousness, in the transition from this side of the sun life to the other side, is as I have just described it. We feel ourselves to be within the sun, making with it the passage through the cosmos. Thus we cannot learn to know the soul without relating it intimately to the whole being and evolution of the world. Our physical body places us alone, isolated as it were, at a particular spot on earth. The physical body is adapted to the external sun and prevents us from uniting our soul with the cosmos. Our isolation is due to our organism. In reality, man lives within the sun's radiance. Viewed purely externally, we know that sunlight mingles with moonlight. Externally, the sun illumines the moon. On moonlit nights, the moon reflects the sunlight. The sun's light then comes to us from the moon. When the sun's light comes from the moon, there is a kind of shadowing or dimming of light. This has an effect on everything coming into the world under the influence of the moon. From the moon comes more than the silvery light which, when reflected by objects, gives them such hazy outlines compared with their sharp contours in daylight. More than reflected sunlight reaches us from the moon. Its influence is active in all the beings on earth who are capable of propagation. The moon is active in all reproductive and hereditary forces. If man were under the influence of the sun only, he could still be man on earth, but he could not bring forth another human being. If sunlight alone were always present, the earth would be in a state of permanence, of duration. No being would perish, no new one arise. Neither heredity nor propagation would exist. One can say that the sun is the primordial physical force on earth. It expels soul life from the head and makes everything into pictures. In the ordinary life of soul, we become real human individuals only through our instincts and emotions. In our higher soul life, we attain reality when, through the heart, we behold the spirit, and when we come outside the sun's domain. In order to prevent the primordial sun force from being all-powerful and enduring, and in order to prevent plants, animals, and also man from permanence, but enabling them to die away after bringing forth new life, there is intermingled in the course of world evolution the moon element with that of the sun. Thus the moon element too is incorporated into man. When a new human being enters the world, moon forces are always active. The sun forces, then, do not merely reach the surface, but enter right into man's inner being and exclude him from a certain sphere. Thus, we have on the one hand the mighty sun power, and on the other, excluded from it, a certain aspect of our external evolution, because there the moon element enters. To illustrate this, I must draw man's being as a diagram, with the moon element inserted, drawing orange. In this part, the sun influence is excluded insofar as it is active in man's being as a whole. There the moon influence asserts itself. So you see that in the external physical world, something is taken away from the primordial sun influence. Therefore, what in propagation is under the influence of the moon cannot develop in the external world. That in which the moon forces are most active is withdrawn from the external world, except in the lowest animals, where a part of the process takes place externally, in that their eggs are laid in the sun to be hatched. However, this moon influence is counterbalanced. What, on the one hand, is taken away from the sun to enable earthly propagation and heredity to occur through the moon's influence, is given back to the sun on the other. And in that this is given back, the sun is not just the physical entity of which external science speaks. To the sun belongs a spiritual sun, a kind of higher sun, see drawing orange. This higher sun acts as much on man as does the moon, which is a kind of lower sun. In our age, not much that makes sense is known about the moon's influence in earth evolution, but nothing whatever is known about the higher sun. While the moon has a powerful influence on man's physical nature, the higher sun has a powerful influence on his soul nature. This was known in earlier times through instinctive clairvoyance. It was known that not only can man physically extend his being, as it were, by bringing forth another human being, he can also extend his being on the spiritual side of his nature. This was indicated in the case of especially spiritual people gifted with receptivity for true spirituality, in that they were depicted with halos. This was to indicate that they were under the influence of the spiritual sun, that they were therefore more than the result of the influence coming from sun and moon. Just as man, in his ability to bring forth his kind, extends on the physical side beyond the limits of his physical body, so does his being extend also on the spiritual side. Through the higher sun, he extends beyond that part of his soul that is bound up with the body. He towers into the spirit, and he, therefore, in the view of people in earlier times, wore a halo. In later times, when halos were indicated, they were invariably depicted as caps set on the head, because there was no longer any knowledge of the true connections with man's being. A halo is not a cap. It is something that man attains through the higher sun. It is a widening into the spirit of his own soul, to the extent that it becomes visible in the etheric. When we learn through anthroposophy to understand why ancient atavistic clairvoyance depicted the halo, we not only gain a deep insight into man's soul and spirit, but also into what could be known through the dreamlike clairvoyance. It gave access to true reality, and modern man is very foolish when he suggests that halos were given certain people merely out of fantasy. That was not the case. They were to indicate that those who wore them were predominantly influenced by the higher sun, the sole spiritual aspect of the sun. So you see that on the one hand, man is excluded from the physical aspect of his being, where the moon exerts its influence in propagation and heredity. On the other hand, the sun regains in the higher sun what it lost for the earth through the moon. And insofar as man partakes of the higher sun, he already in his etheric body reaches into the spiritual. These things must be presented to indicate how intimately the soul of man is connected with the evolution of the world. One simply cannot speak about man's soul without speaking also about world evolution. The moment insight is gained into the true nature of the human soul, insight is also gained into the nature of the sun. Man has an impulse toward physical evolution through his inherent hereditary characteristics. This connects him strongly with matter. On the other hand, through permeating his corpse-like, lifeless head spirituality with the forces of the higher sun, thus ensouling it, he is connected with the spiritual world. Man's soul nature continually projects into his mental pictures. We saw that in the case of Smith, in whom, because he was a brave fellow, courageous feelings arose into his mental pictures of a lion, whereas in Jones, who was cowardly, there arose feelings urging flight. We see here how thoughts become ensouled by what arises out of man's organism. For in the last resort, what thus projects into man's thought life arises from the processes going on in his organism. But equally, there streams in from the other side, from the spiritual sun, not urges and passions, but the world soul. This is a point on which we must become quite clear. Let me read that again. This is a point on which we must be quite clear. There streams into man's life of thought the outcome of his instinctive animal life. This ensouls the thoughts and mental pictures, which would otherwise remain cold and prosaic. See drawing, red lines. But equally, what streams into his life of thought from the spiritual aspect of the sun also ensouls his thoughts, yellow lines. It is simply prejudice to maintain that someone who does not live merely in emotion, but is able to receive into his thoughts what streams in from the higher sun, is as dry and prosaic as someone who lives merely in abstract thoughts. People are afraid of the spiritual in its pure cosmic aspect. They feel that as far as their thought life is concerned, they are already sufficiently cold and arid. They are afraid that if they also take in universal thoughts, they will become quite stiff. But the very opposite is the case. One becomes just as inwardly warm. One is filled with just as much enthusiasm, albeit pure spiritual warmth and enthusiasm, as one does from what rises into the life of thought through instincts and cravings harbored in the animal organism. In my book, titled Goethe's World Conception, I have drawn attention to the fact that it is possible to bring warmth into the life of thought by other means than through instinctive life. Certainly passions and cravings make thoughts warm with animal warmth. However, another kind of warmth exists which comes from the world, from the higher sun. It makes one glow, not with animal warmth, but with the warmth of the higher hierarchies above man. This I could at least indicate in titled Goethe's World Conception, when I spoke about how wrong it is to regard someone as a dry stick who is filled with thoughts and ideas permeated with a purer warmth, and even be afraid of becoming a dry stick oneself by entertaining such thoughts. This fear stems from the fact that it happens all too often to those who occupy themselves with the arid ideas so prevalent today. I have tried to describe the nature of the soul in connection with world evolution. Tomorrow we shall look at some special aspects of the life of soul. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on the 7th of May, 1922. Very much more could be said about the present subject. However, some indications only could be given, and with these we must for the moment be satisfied. Today I shall try, by means of a kind of comprehensive overview, to show how the soul of man is incorporated into world evolution as a whole. When we, as ensouled beings, between birth and death, let the external world act upon us, we receive in the first place a number of impressions. Present-day man has for centuries been in the habit of regarding the external world as the most essential. This attitude is largely due to the scientific education which he receives already from the lower school onward. Lately, even psychology is dealt with as if it were one of the natural sciences, not only by the experts, but by the simplest people. This all stems from the fact that modern man has little talent for examining his own inner being. Consequently, it is not easy for him to become aware of things such as those we spoke about yesterday. Present-day man has no inclination to look into himself objectively. He is not in the habit of doing so. He is aware of all that which I referred to yesterday as the upsurging waves of instinctive life, urges, cravings, and passions, in fact, all emotions in general. But he is little inclined to look at these in an objective way, because when he observes himself, all that emerges are just these cravings. Through education, they often become refined, but it is still instinctive life that wells up. On the other hand, man forms at least some ideas concerning the external world, in which he is not personally involved. These ideas, therefore, have a certain objectivity. There are many people who do not care for such objective ideas. They prefer to keep to what is subjective and personal. However, modern cultural life brings up in every field such objective concepts concerning external nature, and has done so for centuries. These concepts about the world fill man's inner being. Whether it is only a little local paper he reads, or one of the Sunday supplements, he is learning in both to look at the world according to such concepts. He is not aware that even from the smallest publication he absorbs a natural scientific view of the world, but he does so nonetheless. So it can be said that the only thing that really occupies man today is the external world. I am not saying this in criticism of individuals. It is more a criticism of the age, or better said, a characterization of the age, for there is no point in criticizing. The whole situation is simply a necessary outcome of the time. People today are so little interested in man as such that it has become a matter of indifference whether a living actor is seen on the stage or a spectre on the cinema screen. In reality, it naturally does make a considerable difference. But today there is no deep fundamental feeling for this difference. If there were, then there would also be more concern for the considerable part played by the cinema and similar phenomena in the decline of our civilization. The concepts which are today imparted to man's soul are simply accepted through blind faith in authority. When told that science has achieved this or established that, he is immediately convinced. One really must be clear about the fact that utterly blind faith in authority is involved in the way ideas about the world are conveyed. Things are accepted simply on the basis of a statement without the slightest knowledge of what actually takes place in the laboratories, and so on. It was by no means always so. I have often drawn attention to the fact that if we go back in the history of mankind's evolution, we arrive at a time when something was present in man which I have always designated as an instinctive, dreamlike clairvoyance. This clairvoyance was indeed instinctive and dreamlike, yet far better able to enter into the nature of things than the so-called scientific ideas of today. Through those conceptual pictures, which today are considered to be merely symbolic or allegoric, or else flights of fancy, one was actually transported into the reality of things. Whether a particular picture corresponded quite exactly to the external object was not what mattered. Of importance was rather that with the picture one also received the spiritual reality of the object. Today it is of course essential that the idea one has formed corresponds exactly to the external fact, for this correspondence is all man has to hold on to. This touches on something we must be quite clear about, because it is of immense importance for judging our present civilization. It must be strongly emphasized that formerly man in his instinctive clairvoyance had a living quality within him. Modern man believes that it was mere fantasy and that it had nothing to do with external objects. In a certain sense, it is of particular importance, if our insight is firmly rooted in anthroposophy, that we accept this modern approach, in which, disregarding the inner reality of external nature, we formulate faithful copies of her. Perhaps you are aware of how scientifically scrupulous anthroposophy does just that, by declining every kind of hypothesis about the phenomena of nature. On the contrary, we remain in our phenomenalism, as it must be termed, strictly within the phenomena themselves, that is, within what nature conveys, and that we allow the phenomena to explain themselves in the Goethean sense. We do not think into them all kinds of atom bombardment or atom splitting and the like, as is usually done nowadays because of the inertia of old habits. When we speak about external nature, on the basis of anthroposophy, it is essential that we do not hypothetically add anything to what the phenomena themselves reveal. Modern technology is an example of how not to think anything into the phenomena. It has arisen with the natural scientific worldview in recent times. When we utilize nature's laws in technology, we actually create the phenomena ourselves. True, something is left out of account in the phenomena, in electricity, for example, of which the modern researcher says that he uses it but does not know what it is. He speaks similarly about all nature forces, such as heat and light, etc. In other words, there is always an element which is not explained. However, what really matters in technology is that which we want to control. And as it is we ourselves who put everything together in the experiments, we can survey every detail. It is just because every detail is surveyable that one can have an immediate feeling of certainty about what is built up technically, for example in chemistry, whereas when one turns to nature, there is always the possibility of several interpretations. So it must be said that a thinking which is truly of our time is to be seen at its most perfect in the technician. Someone with no inkling as to how a machine or a chemical product is made and works does not yet think in the modern way. He lets other people think in him, as it were, people who are in the know, who think technically. The external achievements of technology, such as mechanisms, chemistry, and so on, have gradually become the basis for a modern view of the world. In the course of time, this approach has spread to what is today regarded as a world conception. What is modern astronomy? For a long time, it has represented nothing but a world mechanism. The way the sun is seen in relation to the planets and their movements is nothing but a picture of a huge machine. Lately, chemistry has been added to this in the form of spectral analysis. astronomy does not venture further. The science of the universe is today only concerned with the question of whether our mental picture of it will correspond to reality, if it is simply built up on concepts taken from technology. That is, if what can be derived from technology is imagined, transposed into outer space. We should then have a science, it is thought, containing valid ideas, if one excludes those of neo-vitalism and all talk of psychoid and the like. A worldview would be obtained in which the effectual ideas would be those applied in chemical preparations and the construction of machines. These ideas are then carried over to the structure of the universe, and thus represent that, too, as a huge mechanism in which certain chemical processes occur. This was not always the view. Right up to the 15th century, I am referring to the civilized part of the world, man lived with mental pictures of the world which were not merely technical. They were inner pictures in which he could participate. What is of a technical nature is quite external to man. It is completely separate from him. Formerly, man experienced what he knew. He, so to speak, lived within his knowledge. Modern man does not participate in what he knows. This is why, nowadays, clever people in particular feel that man in former times dreamed all kinds of things into his environment. He indulged in fantasies. Whereas today we have at last the possibility to represent the world to ourselves without such fantasy. It is even believed that technical concepts are the only kind that ought to be applied to the world, because only then can the danger of fantasy be avoided and true knowledge obtained. However, something of a very much more fundamental nature lies at the basis of what has just been stated, something which was prophesied already in the ancient mysteries by initiates who had attained a certain grade. In fact, it is characteristic of the mysteries, at the time when the ancient clairvoyance was prevalent, that they prophetically foresaw the kind of view of the world that was bound to come. Something like the following was said: if the view of the world prevalent today, this today was in very early times when man in an instinctive, dreamlike way participated in his environment, is preserved for future mankind, then the human being will never become free. His impulse to action will always come from his inner experience of the world. In his heart a divine world will speak, but a divine world that makes him dependent. People in the ancient civilizations were always unfree. They were aware that when they were not obeying laws of state laid down by their rulers, they followed divine commands. They were, so to speak, beings who simply carried out the impulses prompted by the divine within them. Therefore, in the mysteries it was said, a time must come when the divine influence within man must cease. A time must come when he looks out on an external world and sees only objects and events that have nothing to do with his humanity. A world of which he only takes into his soul the external aspect. Man can be free inwardly just when he witnesses and experiences only forces of nature and not those that sustain him. Then his inner being will be unburdened, because nothing will fill his soul except what is external to his nature. A phase had to come in mankind's evolution when he would see external nature as something apart from himself and thus achieve independence. This was foreseen in the ancient mysteries, where the initiate said, what at present we can give human beings, whose instinctive clairvoyance enables them to meet us with understanding, will not always be possible to give to men, because it makes them dependent. Man must acquire a knowledge which does not determine his inner impulse to action, but leaves him free. A knowledge that only conveys concepts of what exists outside his being will awaken his inner impulse to freedom. This characterizes the extreme problem I was faced with when I felt impelled to write first the introductory essays and then my titled Philosophy of Freedom. The fact had to be fully recognized, with all its implications, that the age in which we live is completely oriented toward knowledge of a technical nature. There is no choice but to adapt to this approach. Otherwise, the doctrines derived from the instinctive experience of the world in ancient times and still preserved in the creeds and so on will be distorted. No other possibility exists than to make use of concepts which are also applicable to the construction of machinery and so on. We live in a world that is thought of as a huge machine and as a huge chemical plant. If we are to find again what is spiritual in the world, then we must simply break completely with everything that has come down in the form of mysticism from former times. In the mechanical world devoid of spirit, given us by modern science, there we must find the spirit. Let me sketch on the blackboard the situation that had to be reckoned with when I wrote my titled Philosophy of Freedom. If this is man, see drawing on the left, white lines, and this his surrounding world, yellow lines, then one must depict the situation in ancient times as follows. When man looked into the environment, he experienced, also within himself, what his instinctive, dreamlike, clairvoyant pictures transmitted to him. Let me read that again. When man looked into the environment, he experienced, also within himself, what his instinctive, dreamlike, clairvoyant pictures transmitted to him, red lines. And he related his inner experiences to what he saw outside. Therefore he perceived the environment as spiritual through and through, red lines within yellow ones. He saw elemental and also higher beings in everything, because he brought toward them the right inner condition. Modern man of the civilized world, for whom in the early 90s I wrote my title Philosophy of Freedom, has a different relation to his environment, drawing on the right. He no longer unites his inner being with what he perceives. He focuses on what can be worked out in technical terms. He traces the laws at work in the environment, but these are laws of nature, and in them no moral impulses are to be found. Whereas man in ancient times, as I drew it here, drawing on the left, was still inwardly connected with the environment. He saw in stone, animal, and plant moral impulses, because everything contained divine spiritual beings. In the laws of nature, there is only what applies to mechanical construction. What then did the Philosophy of Freedom set out to do? The necessary task to be accomplished was to show that if man is unable to find moral impulses when he stands outside of nature, because through his senses he can reach only natural laws, then he must go out of himself. He can no longer remain within the confines of his body. I had to describe this first going out when man leaves behind his bodily nature. This first going out is accomplished in pure thinking in the way it is described in the Philosophy of Freedom. Here, man does not project himself into the environment by means of instinctive clairvoyance. He goes out of his body altogether. He transfers his consciousness into the external world, green lines. And what does he attain there? He attains moral intuition, because he has reached the very first delicate degree of clairvoyance, or you may wish to use the subjective term I used then, moral imagination. Here man goes out of himself to find within the technical the spiritual. The spiritual is, after all, within it, where it is first to be found, in the sphere of morality. But people do not recognize that what is described in the Philosophy of Freedom is the very first degree of the new clairvoyance. This is not recognized because people still think that clairvoyance means plunging into something obscure and unfamiliar. Here it is just the familiar that is sought. Here one goes out with a thinking that has become independent of matter. It is a thinking that sustains itself, so that through this self-sustaining thinking, the world is grasped for the first time purely spiritually. Indeed, the world is grasped through the very purest spirituality. Mystics find in the philosophy of freedom too much emphasis on thinking. According to them, it is just too full of thoughts. Others, such as rationalists and scientists, and even modern philosophers, can make nothing of it for the very reason that it leads into a realm of spiritual sight where they do not want to go. They want to remain within the realm of external sight, even when their subject is philosophy. The whole approach and content of the philosophy of freedom fulfills the obligation placed upon modern man. This is what, in an elementary way, can be said in connection with what was prophetically forecast in the ancient mysteries. The initiates saw the future situation in exact details, both in relation to the human soul and also to world evolution. They saw clearly that the world, which man would later come to know, would be not only external to man, but also to the gods. It would be a world outside the realm of that divine creation about which they, the initiates, spoke. They sought revelations of the divine through initiation. Thus they were able to commune with the gods. The various heathen peoples communed with their own divinities. The Jews, for example, with Yahweh or Jehovah, and insofar as they were initiates, did so not just in thought, but in actual fact. It is absolutely correct to speak about real communion with divine beings. The initiates achieved this within the mysteries. When they and their pupils were in the outside world, they saw the surrounding world, and in it what their instinctive clairvoyance conveyed. The initiates in particular, and also their pupils, knew that the external world they saw resisted, in a certain sense, what they projected into it through their clairvoyance. They knew that a time would come when it would no longer be a question of resistance only, but one would only see merely that which can be seen without such projection. These initiates recognized a truth which modern man would not have the courage to admit because his knowledge would be too shallow. The initiates said, "The external world we see is non-divine unless we project into it what the gods have bestowed upon us." For what they saw within the external world had been bestowed upon them by the gods since the beginning of world evolution. They said, "We have around us a world which has not originated from the gods, with whom we commune in the mysteries." It was this which later, in the Middle Ages, led to a particular form of contempt for nature and to asceticism, and which still is to be found in certain religious confessions, though often hypercritically. This attitude had its first beginning in the ancient mysteries, when man had to acknowledge, "When I look into my inner being, I can commune with the gods. But the world I see around me does not originate from them. This world is not created by those gods whom I seek when I go through initiation." Through initiation within the mysteries, it was learned that the external world had not originated from the gods. This was accepted more and more as a fundamental objective truth. The gods had intended quite a different world. A particular event had caused man to sink down into a world not at all willed by the gods. If time allowed, it could be shown that all ideas concerning the fall of man, his expulsion from paradise, stem from the recognition that the world around him is not a world created by the gods. Attempts were made to discover the will of the gods in regard to the world they had not created. And it was realized that what the gods wanted was the disintegration, the annihilation of that world. This fact, too, the initiates in ancient times had to face. The gods whom they reached up to revealed that their decision regarding this world was its destruction. Yet the initiates also knew that man, in order to become independent, had at some time to derive his human knowledge precisely from the world which the gods found ripe for extinction. In the early Greek mysteries, this knowledge was understood in a specific way. There the aim was to interpret the world through art. At that time there was no inkling of a natural scientific approach, such as we have today. Through plastic art, and particularly through the Greek tragedy, in fact through art in general, the aim was to create something through man, which, though associated with this world, nevertheless transcended it. The initiated Greek said to himself, "The world I see around me with its trees, its springs, and so on, all this will disintegrate. However, what from this world has been secreted into a Venus de Milo, a Zeus or Athena, or into the dramas of Sophocles, will surely pass over from the realm of the visible to the invisible." The thoughts which had gone into a work of art would remain, and would secure the continuation of the earthly world, which otherwise might disappear completely, even if the earth itself disintegrated. Already the very early Greeks, at the time when art still proceeded from the mysteries, visualized that the world must be saved through art. For the world, though derived from the gods, had absorbed a content which the gods themselves wished destroyed. Certain fundamental facts of science were fully known to the initiates. This can be proved even historically. Certainly we have added much by way of technical construction in the course of recent centuries, particularly the 19th century. But certain fundamental things which are still operative in technology were well known to the initiates of old. They knew much more than can be derived from what they told others who were not initiated. This knowledge led the initiates in the mysteries to say, if by combining natural forces we simply put together something technically, we shall have something in the nature of a machine. We shall be making something which will be destroyed together with that aspect of the earth which the gods themselves wish annihilated. For every initiate knows, and did know, that those gods they venerated and communed with in the ancient mysteries, and with whom one can naturally still commune, those gods hate nothing so much as, for example, a locomotive or a motor car. That to them is something dreadful. Those gods say, not only must we endure that Ahriman has made the earth machine-like, now, added to that, human beings are imitating the work of Ahriman. Our task in destroying Ahriman's endeavors is great enough, and now we have in addition all these steam engines, all these electric machines, and all that trash, which has to be destroyed as well. Therefore the initiate in ancient times said, it is of no help at all if we simply add to the outer forces of nature, which no longer contain anything spiritual, by constructing technical works like machinery or chemicals. The initiates were absolutely convinced that this was how matters stood, and they decided, therefore, that as much as possible of the world must be rescued. As mentioned already, in Greece the impulse to do so was through art. If we go further toward the east, people would say, as far as man's true evolution is concerned, everything that works according to so-called natural laws has, in reality, no meaning. The gods will eventually destroy it. We shall therefore clothe all we do in such a way that the spiritual can live within it. This is how the cult, in its earliest form, originated. The spiritual cannot enter a creation such as a machine or a chemical, but it can enter the act of worship. It was considered that what one did should be something sacramental, something in which the spirit could live and participate. The aim of the cult was to rescue as much as possible from earth evolution. I have often spoken of this on earlier occasions, when I illustrated it by saying that we must reach a point in our technical research when the bench in the laboratory becomes an altar for divine service, so that we perform a moral, spiritual deed on the bench, which in the laboratories of physics or chemistry has become an altar. I have often spoken of this. Today I approached it more from the historical aspect. This was the origin of religious cults, to which people are again returning because they cannot rouse themselves to spiritual activity. It is remarkable that it is just people of intelligence who are today returning in great numbers to the bosom of the Catholic Church. They do this for the simple reason that they want to be saved. They want to stay with what will remain when the earth disappears without trace, through the will of the gods. Little attention is paid to what is happening in our time, so this present flow of intelligent people into Catholicism goes on unnoticed. It is happening because people want to escape from destruction. They want to participate in something like the Catholic ceremonies and Mass, which, resting as they do on very old traditions, will at least belong to what will remain. It is happening because people lack the motivation to discover something new and essential for the future. People lack inner strength because they have lost it in our technical age. At a certain moment, it ought to have been realized that our world of technology is a negative world. It contains no inner impulses, as was formerly the case. It should have been recognized that now it is necessary to achieve moral intuition and moral imagination. It is just those who are blind to this necessity of the age who are now returning to Catholicism. The explanation lies in the weakness of our time. That this situation would arise was known to the initiates in ancient times. They asked themselves, what is going to happen? We know that the gods with whom we commune in the mysteries want the destruction of the earth. But if human beings are to become free and independent, they must of necessity become ever more like the things of earth. Only through technical knowledge can man become free. If the initiates of old could have foreseen no more than this, they would have faced a dreadful prophetic revelation. They would have foreseen that man, in order to become truly man, had to entangle himself completely in the Ahrimanic world, bereft of God, and must turn to dust with the earth when the gods dissolve it. Men themselves would gradually become mechanisms, become ever more like machines. Eventually only technical impulses would activate their thoughts. Astronomy is basically nothing but thoughts about a huge world machine. Man's thoughts concerning astronomy are of a mechanical nature. If the thoughts are of the same technical pattern, it ultimately makes no difference whether one thinks of nuts and bolts or about Venus and Mercury. But in the mysteries, prophetically, something else was foreseen before it happened on earth, the mystery of Golgotha. Once it had taken place, it would gradually be understood more and more. This the initiates in ancient times learned from their gods with whom they communed. The gods knew all things. From them the initiates could receive an all-embracing wisdom. But there was one thing they could never learn from these gods. They could never learn anything relating to birth and death. Particularly about death, the gods knew nothing. But in the mysteries it was known that the God, who was later called the Christ, would come down, and that on earth he would know death. Thus the mystery of Golgotha consists of the fact that one of the gods, who till then had known neither death nor birth and heredity, would learn to know death. Through knowing death, he could unite with earth evolution and create a counterweight to what necessarily had to happen for the development of freedom, the ever-increasing union of man with the disintegrating earth. Man can now create in himself the counterweight. He must, on the one hand, devote himself completely to modern cognition, really take into himself modern natural scientific knowledge, yet on the other hand turn to the God who has come to know death and birth, the Christ. Now it is possible for man to incline fully toward what is necessary for attaining freedom. But he must, on the other hand, find the counterweight by balancing this knowledge with that of the other realm. He must find the path leading to the Pauline saying, "Not I, but the Christ in me." Then man will again find the possibility, through pervading the world with his Christianized thinking, to transform from within himself what must otherwise fall away from the world of the gods, to which man in reality belongs. Thus the Ahrimanic powers, active on earth in what is disintegrating, are being opposed by the Christ, who through an extra-earthly decision of the gods is now active in the earth. It was not necessary for him to become free. He is a god and remains a god after going through death. He does not become akin to the earth. He lives as a god within the being of the earth. As a consequence, man now has the possibility to restore the balance by the development of freedom. He can go to the highest limit of individualism, for only in individual man can moral imagination be attained. My philosophy of freedom has been called the most extreme philosophy of individualism. It cannot be anything else, because it is the most Christian of philosophies. Thus one must place on one side of the scales everything that can be attained through knowledge of the laws of nature, which can only be penetrated with spirituality by ascending to pure independent thinking. Independent thinking can still be restored within pure technical knowledge. However, there must be placed on the other side of the scales a true recognition of Christ, a real understanding of the mystery of Golgotha. It was therefore a matter of course that I wrote, on the one hand, the philosophy of freedom, and on the other found it essential to point to the mystery of Golgotha in my title, Christianity as Mystical Fact, and title, Mysticism at the Dawn of the Modern Age. These two things simply belong together. Yet there are people who superficially see a contradiction in these two kinds of books. To them it is as if meat were placed on one scale and a weight on the other, and they exclaim, "What nonsense, these two things belong together." In short, everything must be mixed up. So they take the weights and put them with the meat. Well, you do not get balance that way. Yet that is the way of modern critics. Having placed mysticism on one side and philosophy on the other, they proceed to mix them together. But if modern man wants to stand in the right way within world evolution, then there must live in his soul, on the one hand, a strong impulse toward freedom, toward independence, and on the other a strong impulse toward a deep inner experience of the mystery of Golgotha. This must gradually develop in the life of the individual, and must also be developed in the sciences. The individual must overcome the old instinctive mysticism and clairvoyance. He must rely solely on knowledge of the kind needed for understanding, say, how a steam engine works. In my philosophy of freedom, when I spoke of knowledge of external nature, I presupposed only the kind of concepts needed for understanding a steam engine. However, in order to understand a steam engine, one must set aside one's whole human personality, except for the very last, pure thinking. The latter must be inwardly cultivated and then carried outside into the object, where it will be found to exist already. Thus one can take one's stand fully on the ground of freedom, provided one also stands fully on the ground of the Christ fact. This applies also to science, and it will be seen to apply when it is realized that no matter how extensively external nature is investigated, according to Haeckel, something is always left unexplained. Something always remains which cannot be understood with concepts of that kind. Let me put it somewhat more strongly. We are, after all, earnest people who have come together to understand something and not to enjoy 5 o'clock tea. So let me put it this way. The two things of which I have spoken must enter civilization in the right manner. In earlier times, when one was aware, through instinctive clairvoyance, of man's connection with the spiritual in the external world, it led to depicting the halo. The halo was particularly cultivated in very early times, appearing frequently in many different forms, even in the cult itself. With the approach of the Middle Ages and the first awakening of materialism, there was a preference for depicting something else, the pregnant woman. Just look at the many pictures from the Middle Ages in which all the women are pregnant. So you have, on the one hand, the halo, which is the loftiest proclamation of the spiritual world, and points to man's salvation after death. And on the other, what points to that which again and again brings man into the physical world, birth. This is all related to man's inner spiritual drive toward evolution, which is always alive in his soul. Thus there is a connection, even in regard to the most intimate facts, between soul experiences and world evolution. Science must gradually accommodate itself to this situation, and recognize that however minutely the world is scrutinized according to Haeckel's concepts, two things remain unexplained. One is death, the other birth. The kind of ideas that explain chemistry and machinery, that is, ideas applicable to technical constructions, can never explain birth and death. Death and birth are the two portals that lead out beyond the physical, and must be approached with a different kind of observation. As long as one is concerned with the question of freedom, one can remain within the ideas that also apply in technology. And when one writes a philosophy of freedom, one writes it for people who have reached their middle years, naturally not for children. They cannot be free, for in them the divine is still active. They are unfree. Only with the middle years does one become free. When one begins to write about the other aspect, one immediately becomes concerned with man's comprehension of death. Therefore you will find that the very first chapters of my writings on mysticism deal with the archetypal mystery of earth, namely death, and the intimate experience of death and spiritual rebirth. When the present-day world is contemplated, one cannot but recognize the need for the things I have described. There is nothing nebulous about it. The need is comprehensible through and through. It must therefore be said that the soul in its striving toward freedom brushes against the Ahrimanic. In the soul's religious experiences, even when they concern the mystery of Golgotha, it comes very near the Luciferic. If egoistical religious instincts alone are cultivated, which is often the case today, it is all too easy to cultivate Luciferic instincts and desires as well. This is what, in the immediate present, must concern the human soul. It is also what Christ taught his intimate disciples directly after the resurrection. His intimate disciples were successors of the initiates of old. They were to teach that he had descended from the world of the gods, who did not yet know death, and who therefore in primordial times could tell man nothing about death. They were to teach that Christ had descended in order to experience the mystery of birth and death. Teachings about the birth and death of Christ have remained so obscure because human beings could not find a way to explain these things. Yet, after the resurrection, in the original Christian mysteries, Christ himself imparted to his first initiated pupils the secret of a God's learning about earthly death. In their true form, the Christian mysteries disappeared already in the 4th century. They disappeared because the impulse to freedom had to be developed first. However, the original wisdom had already been imparted to man by the ancient gods. It had increasingly been transmitted to later generations, becoming all the time more diluted. What Christ imparted to his intimate disciples after the resurrection was the original revelation concerning the meaning of earth evolution. This revelation was the spiritual foundation for the further life of the human soul. What the ancient gods had taught in the mysteries was basically the secrets of Saturn, Sun, and Moon. The essential secret of the earth could be imparted to the human soul only after this secret had been experienced by a God on earth through the mystery of Golgotha. Birth and death in the human sense did not occur until the earth evolution. Previously, only metamorphosis and transformation took place. Thus, the most fundamental revelation after the death of Christ is at the same time the foundation from which the human soul can set out to accomplish the salvation of earthly life. You see how human souls are connected in manifold ways with the evolution of the earth, indeed with the evolution of the world as a whole, not only through the various facts I have presented to you during the last few days, but above all through their understanding of the mystery of Golgotha. This is what I wished to impart to you in these lectures. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. This is Lecture 6, given in Dornach on the 26th of May, 1922. We have often discussed the development of the human being during the first periods of life. Many years ago I first drew attention to the fact that up to about the time of the change of teeth, the child behaves to a great extent as an imitative being. He instinctively participates in everything that goes on in his environment. Later in life, though man is not aware of it, this participation continues, but only in the sense organs. A process takes place in our eyes, for example, which, in a certain sense, imitates what goes on in the external world, reproducing what is there, just as a camera reproduces what is in front of the lens. The human being becomes aware of what is reproduced in his eyes and thus learns about the external world. The same applies to the other senses. It is only in later life that this imitative principle becomes confined to the periphery of the human being. In early childhood, until the change of teeth, the whole body participates in the imitative process, though to a lesser degree. At that time, the whole body has, in a certain respect, the same relationship to the external world as the senses have in later life. The child is predominantly an imitative being, and he inwardly adapts to the effects upon him of the external world. Therefore, it is very important to let nothing happen in the young child's environment, not even in thoughts and feelings, which is not suitable for it to absorb and adopt. With the change of teeth, the possibility arises for the child to cease reacting as a sense organ and assimilate thoughts and ideas. The child is more and more guided by what he is told. Whereas, formerly, he was influenced by deeds done in his environment, he now begins to grasp what he is told. Authority becomes the decisive factor between the change of teeth and puberty. What the child is told must be of such a nature that he can be guided by it and follow it quite naturally. A child learns language through imitation, but what is expressed through language, that is, what grown-ups impart to the child, becomes significant for him only from the change of teeth onward. Not until puberty does real power of judgment awaken and the child or adolescent begins to make his own judgment. Only then can one assume the child's judgment to originate within himself. This is merely an external description of how the child adapts to the world, which any unbiased observation can verify. These things are, however, connected with significant inner processes of which I want to speak today. I have often mentioned that only up to the time when the change of teeth occurs does the human ether body live in intimate union with the physical body. Therefore, it can be said that the change of teeth marks the actual birth of the ether body. We can, likewise, speak of puberty as marking the actual birth of the astral body. But, as I said, this is merely an external description of what takes place. Today, we shall try to reach a deeper insight into these processes. When we observe man in the spiritual world, long before he develops an inclination to leave that world and descend to physical embodiment, we see him as a being of soul and spirit, in a world of soul and spirit. So were we all, before we descended to unite with what was prepared as physical body in the maternal organism. We unite with this physical body in order to go through our earthly existence between birth and death. But long before this, we were spiritual soul beings in a spiritual soul world. What we are and what we experience there differs considerably from what we experience here on earth between birth and death. Hence it is difficult to describe the experiences between death and new birth. They are utterly different from earthly conditions. Yet one can make use only of ideas and mental pictures relating to earthly experiences. However, today we will not deal so much with man's life in the spiritual soul world. This will be the subject for tomorrow and the day after. But rather focus our attention on how he draws near his descent to earth in order to penetrate a physical body. Before man approaches his physical body, or rather the embryo, he draws to himself the forces of the etheric world. The characteristic of the physical world we live in here is that we perceive it through our senses and understand it with our earthly intellect. Yet everything in the physical world is permeated by the etheric world. Everything we see and hear and so on is everywhere permeated with the etheric world, the world in which man lives prior to his life on earth. Before uniting himself with the physical world, through the embryo, he draws forces from the etheric world and fashions his etheric body. In order to represent this more exactly, let me draw a diagram on the blackboard. Let us imagine this to be the soul and spirit of man approaching from the spiritual world. See drawing violet. That which man draws toward himself from the general ether becomes his etheric body. He clothes himself, as it were, with his etheric body, orange, as he descends from the spiritual world. But to say that is to say very little. We must enter somewhat more closely into the nature of this etheric body. The etheric body, which develops within man, is a world in itself. One might say that it is a universe in the form of images. In its circumference it has something like stars, yellow stars, and in its lower part something reveals itself, which is more or less an image of the earth. It even contains a kind of image of the sun and moon. It is of extraordinary significance that we, in our descent into earthly life, draw together forces from the universal ether, and thus take with us, in our ether body, a kind of image of the cosmos. If one could extract the ether body of man, at the moment when he is uniting himself with the physical body, we should have a sphere which is far more beautiful than any formed by mechanical means, a sphere containing stars, zodiac, sun, and moon. These configurations of the ether body remain during embryonic development, while the human being grows together more and more with his physical body. Though they fade a little, they remain. Indeed, they remain right into the 7th year until the change of teeth. In the ether body of a little child, this cosmic sphere is always recognizable. But with the 7th year, or with the change of teeth, these structures, which are to be seen in the ether body, begin to ray out. Up until then, they were more star-like. I will make a schematic drawing of how it appears between the ages of 7 and 14, that is, roughly between the change of teeth and puberty. See drawing, red rays. As I said, the structure begins to grow paler during embryonic development, and continues to do so, but is still clearly present. From the change of teeth, it becomes quite pale. At the same time, it sends rays inward, red. One could say that the stars dissolve within the human ether body and become rays which have a tendency to come together inwardly. All this takes place gradually throughout the period of life between the change of teeth and puberty. At puberty, the process is so far advanced that these rays, having grown together at the center, form, as it were, a distinct structure, red. It could be said that the surrounding stars become very pale, and so too the rays, though something is still discernible. By contrast, what has come together into a ball-like formation in the center becomes particularly vivid and alive. Within this structure, the physical heart, with its blood vessels, is suspended by the time puberty sets in, blue. Thus we have this extraordinary situation that the star ether body draws inward. As ether body, it is, of course, present throughout the body, but in later life it is undifferentiated at the periphery. During the time from the change of teeth until puberty, it rays intensely from without inward. It forms a center within which the physical heart is suspended. You must not suppose that until then man has no etheric heart. He certainly has one, but one obtained differently from the way in which he acquires the etheric heart he now has. For what has thus rayed together into a center becomes at the time of puberty the etheric heart. The etheric heart he had before this time he had received as heritage through forces inherent in the embryo. When man gathers his ether body, and with it approaches the physical organism, a kind of etheric heart, a substitute etheric heart, so to speak, is drawn together by the forces of the physical body. But this etheric heart which man has in childhood slowly decays. This may not be a very nice expression, but it does fit the situation, and is replaced gradually, as the decaying processes take place, by the new etheric heart. The latter is formed by a raying together of the whole universe. In reality, it is an image of the cosmos which we bring with us as an etheric structure, when through conception and birth we enter earthly existence. Thus we trace throughout the time from birth, or rather conception, until puberty, a distinct change in the structure of the etheric body. One can say that not until puberty is man's own etheric heart present, formed out of his own etheric body. Thus he no longer has a provisional heart. All the ether forces active in man up until the time of puberty have a tendency to provide him with a fresh etheric heart. It can really be compared with the change of teeth in the physical sphere. At the change of teeth, the inherited teeth are pushed out and replaced with our own. Likewise, the inherited etheric heart, which we have until puberty, is pushed out, and we get our own etheric heart. This is what is essential, that we get our own etheric heart. Parallel with this, something else occurs. When we observe man soon after his entry into the physical world, that is, when we observe a very young child, we find an extraordinary number of organs distinguishable in his astral body. As just described, man gathers together an ether body, which is an image of the external cosmos. But in his astral body he brings with him an image of the experiences he has undergone between his last death and his present birth. Much, very much, is to be seen in the astral body of the young child. Great secrets are inscribed there. Very much is to be seen of his experiences since his last death. This astral body is extraordinarily differentiated and individual. The strange thing is that during the time when all that I have described takes place in the etheric body, the highly differentiated astral body becomes ever more undifferentiated. Originally, it is a structure of which one must say, if one observes it with understanding, that it comes from a different world. It has entered into this world from a realm that can be neither the physical nor the etheric. Up to the time of puberty, all the many individual structures living in the astral body slip into the physical organs, as it were, primarily into those which are situated above the diaphragm. That is not quite exact, but approximately so. Wonderful structures, radiantly present in the astral body in the first days of life, gradually slip into the brain and also penetrate the sense organs. Other structures slip into the organs of breathing, yet others into the heart, and through the heart into the arteries. They do not slip directly into the stomach, but through the arteries they spread into the abdominal organs. Gradually, one sees the whole astral body, which man brings with him into physical existence through birth, dive down into the organs. The astral body slips, as it were, into the organs. One could express it by saying that by the time we reach adulthood, our organs have imprisoned within them the individual structures of our astral body. This may sound strange to ordinary consciousness, but it corresponds absolutely to the reality. It also provides a deeper knowledge of the human organs. One cannot fully understand the human organs unless one understands the astral body that man brings with him. One must know that each individual organ, in a certain sense, harbors within it an astral inheritance, just as the first etheric heart is an inheritance. Gradually the inherited astral is completely permeated by what man brings with him as his astral body. This astral body dives down bit by bit into the physical and etheric organs. The heart is, as it were, an exception. Here, too, the astral dives down, but in the heart, not only the astral process, but the etheric too is concentrated. This is also the reason why the heart is such a uniquely important organ for man. The astral body becomes ever more indefinite, because it sends the distinct structures it brought over from another life through birth into the physical organs, in which they become confined. This causes the astral body to become more or less like a cloud. But the interesting thing is that while on the one hand the astral body becomes cloud-like, on the other new differentiations enter in, slowly at first, but from puberty onward quite regularly. When a baby kicks with its little legs, this is not particularly noticeable in the astral body. True, the effects are there, but the differentiations which the astral body brought with it are so strong that the following occurs. Let this be the astral body with its wonderful structures, yellow. This sketch is, of course, merely an indication, but it does illustrate the reality. These structures gradually disappear. They slip into the physical organs, and the astral body becomes ever more cloud-like. But as I said, when the baby kicks, all kinds of effects are to be seen in the astral body. They impinge upon the structures within it, and from these the effects are reflected and disappear, red. It is comparable with making an impression on an elastic ball. The ball at once recovers its shape. No matter how forcefully the child kicks, while it does make impressions in the astral body, they do not last. However, more and more is retained in the astral body in proportion to the child's learning to speak and form mental pictures which are retained in memory. To the extent that the child speaks and develops memory, to that extent less and less is thrown back. Rather does one see the movements which the child now makes, no longer kicking, but reasonable movements with arms and legs and so on, are retained in the astral body. Indeed, an extraordinary amount can be inscribed in the astral body. At 45, practically all movements have left their traces in the astral body and much else besides, as we shall see. The astral body will by that time have taken up much of what has happened since the person as a child learned to speak and to think, and the astral body's own configuration dissolved. Therefore the wonderful structure which the astral body of the child presents gradually becomes undifferentiated, though not completely so, as its content disappears into the organs. Into this undifferentiated structure all the movements we make with our arms and legs are inscribed, and so too are the actions resulting from these movements. For example, when we guide a pen in writing, all that comes about in the external world through this action is inscribed. When we chop wood or we give someone a box on the ear, all is inscribed into the astral body. Even when we do not do something ourselves but instruct somebody else to do it, this too is inscribed. In the latter case, it happens through the relation that exists between the content of our words and the deed. In short, the whole of man's activity, which finds expression in the external world, is inscribed into the astral body, red in yellow. Thus our astral body becomes differentiated in the most varied manner through our human activity. As already mentioned, this begins when the child learns to speak, endowing its speech with thoughts. Those concepts which the child receives but cannot later remember are not so inscribed. It begins only at the time to which our ordinary memory reaches back in later life. From then on, practically everything a man does becomes inscribed in his astral body. The strange thing is that what is thus inscribed has a tendency to meet inwardly, just as the rays in the ether body meet in the etheric heart. All human deeds also meet there. This coming together is due to an outside cause. As human beings, we must, right from childhood, engage in some activity. All this activity expresses itself as indicated throughout the astral body. But there is a constant resistance to its being inscribed. The influence on the organism cannot always take full effect in the upper part in drawing. It meets resistance everywhere in this part and is pushed down. Whatever we do with the help of our physical organs has a tendency to stream upward to the head. But the human organization prevents this from happening by holding it back. This causes the influences to collect together and form a kind of astral center, red. This, again, is clearly developed at the time of puberty, so that at the same place where our own, not the inherited, etheric heart formed itself, we have also an astral structure which centralizes all our deeds. Thus from puberty a central organ is created wherein all our doing, all our human activity is centered. In the same region where man has his heart, the sum total of all his activity is centralized, but in this case neither physically nor etherically, but astrally. The significant thing is that at the onset of puberty, the astral process coincides only approximately with the physical process. Man's etheric heart is so far prepared that it can take into itself the forces which develop from our activity in the external world. Thus, to describe what actually occurs, one could say, from puberty onward, the totality of man's actions pours, via the astral body, into the etheric heart, that is, into the organ which is an image of the whole cosmos. This is a phenomenon of extreme significance. When you think about it, you will realize that it amounts to an interconnection of man's earthly deeds with the cosmos. You have in the heart, as far as the etheric world is concerned, a whole cosmos drawn together. And at the same time, as far as the astral world is concerned, the totality of man's activity drawn together. This is where the cosmos and its processes join with man's karma. Only in the region of the heart is there such a close correspondence between the astral and etheric bodies and man's organism. The reality is that the ether body, which man brings through birth, is an image of the whole cosmos, and this essence of the cosmos within him permeates itself with all his deeds. This flowing into one another in mutual permeation provides the opportunity for human actions continually to be inserted into the essence of the cosmic images. When man goes through the portal of death and lays aside his physical and etheric bodies, this etheric astral structure, within which the physical heart, as it were, swims, contains all that which man takes with him into his further soul-spiritual life. Because within the heart, in the etheric body, the substance of the whole cosmos is drawn together, man is able, as he grows spiritually larger and larger, to hand over to the cosmos his entire karma. The etheric structure, which is an essence of the cosmos drawn together in the heart, now returns to the cosmos. The human being expands into the whole cosmos and is received into the soul world. He then continues his passage through what I described in my book titled Theosophy as the soul world and spirit land. When we observe the human organization in its becoming, we have to say, in the region of the heart, the cosmic and the earthly come together. They form a union in such a way that the configuration of the cosmos is taken into the etheric heart, and there it prepares to receive all our deeds. Then when we go through the gate of death and enter a new cosmic existence, we take with us the outcome of this intimate union of the etheric and our human actions. This is in fact a concrete description of how man lives his way into his physical body, and how he is able to withdraw from it again through the fact that his deeds give him the force to hold together what he formed out of the essence of the cosmos. The physical body is built up within the physical earthly realm through heredity, that is, through embryonic forces. With this unites that which man brings down from the spiritual world after having drawn together the ether body. This I, capital, which has gone through many earth lives and has a certain development behind it, lives within that wonderful structure he has brought with him as his astral body. His eye has a certain sympathy for the structures that exist in the astral body. When they slip into the organs of the physical body as described, the eye retains this inner sympathy which now extends to the organs. The word sympathy denotes the concrete reality. The eye expands more and more within the organs and takes possession of them. Indeed, the eye has already in earliest childhood a relation to the organs. However, at that time, the hereditary conditions are present, as I explained, and the relation is, in consequence, an external one. Gradually, the eye and astral body slip into the organs of the physical body. This occurs as follows. To begin with, the eye has a somewhat separate existence along the bloodstream within the child. Then it begins to unite ever more closely with the blood circulation, until at puberty they are fully united. Thus, while you have an astral structure surrounding the etheric and physical heart, see drawing page 94, orange, the eye takes another path to the heart. Let us say the eye slips into the lungs. It will then, through the veins leading to the heart, gradually approach the latter. The eye follows the circulating blood, becoming more and more intimately united with it, so that, here again, via the detour of the ego forces circling with the bloodstream, the eye enters the structure formed by the union of the etheric and astral heart. This structure alone makes it possible for the cosmic etheric to grow together with a human astral. I said earlier that the astral body gradually comes to contain an extraordinary amount because all our deeds are inscribed in it. But more than that is inscribed. Through the fact that the eye has sympathy for everything concerning the astral body, our intentions, that is, the ideas on which we base our actions, also become inscribed. In this way, human karma unites with cosmic laws. Of all this taking place in man's inner being, practically nothing is known nowadays. What is known are the results of man's physical actions, which are judged according to laws of nature. Also known are his moral actions, which are judged according to laws of morality. But man's moral and physical deeds come together in the heart. Therefore these two things, which for man today go on side by side independently of each other, are discovered to be a unity when one learns to understand the whole configuration of the human heart. That is to say, when we understand what takes place in the heart, albeit in a much more hidden way, it is comparable to what occurs openly at the change of teeth. We inherit our first teeth and form the second ones out of the organism. The first fall out, the second remain. The first have an inherent tendency to decay. Even if they did not fall out, they would not last. The reason that the second teeth sometimes decay is due to external circumstances. To these belong the external causes within the organism itself. Hidden from sight at the onset of puberty, our inherited etheric heart succumbs to forces of decay, and we acquire a kind of permanent etheric heart. Only the permanent etheric heart is fully adapted to take into itself our deeds. Therefore it makes a great difference whether a person dies before or after puberty. When a person dies before puberty, he has only the tendency to bequeath his earthly deeds to karma. Separate earthly deeds may be incorporated in their karma when children die before puberty, but these will be indefinite and changeable. The real building up of karma only begins from the moment when the astral heart has fully penetrated the etheric heart, so that the two form a unity. One could say that this union constitutes, as it were, an organism for the forming of karma. What has thus united and contracted within man becomes after death ever more cosmic. In the next earthly life, it is again incorporated into the human being. Thus something is incorporated in us out of the cosmos, which retains the tendency to hand over our deeds after death to the cosmos. The laws that shape our karma are effective within the cosmos, so that at the start of a next earthly life we carry into it the consequences of what the cosmos made of our deeds. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. This is Lecture 7, given in Dornach on May 27, 1922. I spoke yesterday about how man's etheric and astral bodies develop. Today I want to indicate how, during different epochs, man attained knowledge of this kind. A description of how higher knowledge is attained provides insight into man's being from various aspects, and also into his relation to the world. It is by no means necessary that everyone should be able to repeat these practices, but a description of how higher knowledge was arrived at in the past, and how it is arrived at now, will throw light on matters of vital importance for every individual. The paths by which, in very remote times, man acquired supersensible knowledge were very different from those appropriate today. I have often drawn attention to the fact that in ancient times man possessed a faculty of instinctive clairvoyance. This clairvoyance went through many different phases to become what may be described as modern man's consciousness of the world, a consciousness out of which a higher one can be developed. In my books titled Occult Science and Outline and titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, and other writings, is described how man at present, when he understands his own times, can attain higher knowledge. Today I want to describe these things from a certain aspect, with reference to what was said yesterday. When we look back to the spiritual strivings of man in a very distant past, we find among others the one practiced in the Orient within the culture known later as the ancient Indian civilization. Many people nowadays are returning to what was practiced then, because they cannot rouse themselves to the realization that in order to penetrate into supersensible worlds, every epoch must follow its own appropriate path. On previous occasions I have mentioned that from the masses of human beings who lived during the period described in my title Occult Science as the ancient Indian epoch, certain individuals developed, in a manner suited to that age, inner forces which led them upward into supersensible worlds. One of the methods followed is known as the path of yoga. I have spoken about this path on other occasions. The path of yoga can best be understood if we first consider the people in general from among whom the yogi emerged. That is to say, the one who sets out to attain higher knowledge by this path. In those remote ages of mankind's evolution, human consciousness in general was very different from what it is today. In the present age, we look out into the world and through our senses perceive colors, sounds, and so on. We seek for laws of nature prevailing in the physical world, and we are conscious that if we attempt to experience a spirit-soul content in the external world, then we add something to it in our imagination. It was different in the remote past, for then, as we know, man saw more in the external world than ordinary man sees today. In lightning and thunder, in every star, in the beings of the different kingdoms of nature, the men of those times beheld spirit and soul. They perceived spiritual beings, even if of a lower kind, in all solid matter, in everything fluid or aeriform. Today's intellectual outlook declares that these men of old, through their fantasy, dreamt all kinds of spiritual and psychical qualities into the world around them. This is known as animism. We little understand the nature of man, especially that of man in ancient times, if we believe that the spiritual beings manifesting in lightning and thunder, in springs and rivers, in wind and weather, were dream creations, woven into nature by fantasy. This was by no means the case. Just as we perceive red or blue and hear C sharp or G, so those men of old beheld realities of spirit and soul in external objects. For them it was as natural to see spirit-soul entities as it is for us to see colors, and so on. However, there was another aspect to this way of experiencing the world, namely that man in those days had no clear consciousness of self. The clear self-consciousness which permeates the normal human being today did not yet exist. Though he did not express it, man did not, as it were, distinguish himself from the external world. He felt as my hand would feel were it conscious, that it is not independent, but an integral part of the organism. Man felt themselves to be members of the whole universe. They had no definite consciousness of their own being as separate from the surrounding world. Suppose a man of that time were walking along a river bank. If someone today walks along a river bank downstream, he, as modern, clever man, feels his legs stepping out in that direction, and this has nothing whatever to do with the river. In general, the man of old did not feel like that. When he walked along a river downstream, as was natural for him to do, he was conscious of the spiritual beings connected with the water of the river flowing in that direction. Just as a swimmer today feels himself carried along by the water, that is, by something material, so the man of old felt himself guided downstream by something spiritual. That is only an example chosen at random. In all his experiences of the external world, man felt himself to be supported and impelled by gods of wind, river, and all surrounding nature. He felt the elements of nature within himself. Today, this feeling of being at one with nature is lost. In its place, man has acquired a strong feeling of his independence, of his individual capital I. The yogi rose above the level of the masses whose experiences were as described. He carried out certain exercises of which I shall speak. These exercises were good and suitable for the nature of humanity in ancient times. They have later fallen into decadence and have mainly been used for harmful ends. I have often referred to these yoga breathing exercises. Therefore, what I am now describing was a method for the attainment of higher worlds that was suitable and right only for man in a very ancient Oriental civilization. In ordinary life, breathing functions unconsciously. We breathe in, hold the breath, and exhale. This becomes a conscious process only if, in some way, we are not in good health. In ordinary life, breathing remains, for the most part, an unconscious process. But during certain periods of his exercises, the yogi transformed his breathing into a conscious inner experience. This he did by timing the inhaling, holding, and exhaling of the breath differently, and so altered the whole rhythm of the normal breathing. In this way, the breathing process became conscious. The yogi projected himself, as it were, into his breathing. He felt himself one with the indrawn breath, with the spreading of the breath through the body, and with the exhaled breath. In this way he was drawn with his whole soul into the breath. In order to understand what is achieved by this, let us look at what happens when we breathe. When we inhale, the breath is driven into the organism, up through the spinal cord, into the brain. From there it spreads out into the system of nerves and senses. Therefore, when we think, we by no means depend only on our senses and nervous system as instruments of thinking. The breathing process pulsates and beats through them with its perpetual rhythm. We never think without this whole process taking place, of which we are normally unaware, because the breathing remains unconscious. The yogi, by altering the rhythm of the breath, drew it consciously into the process of nerves and senses. Because the altered breathing caused the air to billow and whirl through the brain and nerve sense system, the result was an inner experience of their function when combined with the air. As a consequence, he also experienced a soul element in his thinking within the rhythm of breathing. Something extraordinary happened to the yogi by this means. The process of thinking, which he had hardly felt as a function of the head at all, streamed into his whole organism. He did not merely think, but felt the thought as a little live creature that ran through the whole process of breathing which he had artificially induced. Thus, the yogi did not feel thinking to be merely a shadowy logical process. He rather felt how thinking followed the breath. When he inhaled, he felt he was taking something from the external world into himself, which he then let flow with the breath into his thinking. With his thoughts he took hold, as it were, of that which he had inhaled with the air, and spread through his whole organism. The result of this was that there arose in the yogi an enhanced feeling of his own I, an intensified feeling of self. He felt his thinking pervading his whole being. This made him aware of his thinking, particularly in the rhythmic air current within him. This had a very definite effect upon the yogi. When man today is aware of himself within the physical world, he quite rightly does not pay attention to his thinking as such. His senses inform him about the external world, and when he looks back upon himself, he perceives at least a portion of his own being. This gives him a picture of how man is placed within the world between birth and death. The yogi radiated the ensouled thoughts into the breath. This soul-filled thinking pulsated through his inner being, with the result that there arose in him an enhanced feeling of selfhood. But in this experience, he did not feel himself living between birth and death in the physical world, surrounded by nature. He felt carried back in memory to the time before he descended to the earth. That is, to the time when he was a spiritual soul being in a spiritual soul world. In normal consciousness today, man can reawaken experiences of the past. He may, for instance, have a vivid recollection of some event that took place 10 years ago in a wood, perhaps. He distinctly remembers all the details, the whole mood and setting. In just the same way did the yogi, through his changed breathing, feel himself drawn back into the wood and atmosphere, into the whole setting of a spiritual soul world, in which he had been as a spiritual soul being. There he felt quite differently about the world than he felt in his normal consciousness. The result of the changed relationship of the now awakened selfhood to the whole universe gave rise to the wonderful poems of which the Bhagavad Gita is a beautiful example. In the Bhagavad Gita we read wonderful descriptions of how the human soul, immersed in the phenomena of nature, partakes of every secret, steeping itself in the mysteries of the world. These descriptions are all reproductions of memories called up by means of yoga breathing of the soul, when it was as yet only soul, and lived within a spiritual universe. In order to read the ancient writings, such as the Bhagavad Gita, with understanding, one must be conscious of what speaks through them. The soul, with enhanced feeling of selfhood, is transported into its past in the spiritual world, and is relating what Krishna and other ancient initiates had experienced there through their heightened self-consciousness. Thus it can be said that those sages of old rose to a higher level of consciousness than that of the masses of people. The initiates strictly isolated the quote-unquote self from the external world. This came about not for any egoistical reason, but as a result of the changed process of breathing, in which the soul, as it were, dove down into the rhythm of the inner air current. By this method a path into the spiritual world was sought in ancient times. Later this path underwent modifications. In very ancient times the yogi felt how in the transformed breathing his thoughts were submerged in the currents of breath, running through them like little snakes. He felt himself to be part of a weaving cosmic life, and this feeling expressed itself in certain words and sayings. It was noticeable that one spoke differently when these experiences were revealed through speech. What I have described was gradually felt less intensely within the breath. It no longer remained within the breathing process itself. Rather were the words breathed out and formed of themselves rhythmic speech. Thus the changed breathing led through the words carried by the breath to the creation of mantrams, whereas formerly the process and experience of breathing was the most essential. Now these poetic sayings assumed primary importance. They passed over into tradition, into the historical consciousness of man, and subsequently gave birth later to rhythm, meter, and so on in poetry. The basic laws of speech, which are to be seen, for instance, in the pentameter and hexameter, as used in ancient Greece, point back to what had once, long before, been an experience of the breathing process. An experience which transported man from the world in which he was living, between birth and death, into a world of spirit and soul. This is not the path modern man should seek into the spiritual world. He must rise into higher worlds, not by the detour of the breath, but along the more inward path of thinking itself. The right path for man today is to transform in meditation and concentration the otherwise merely logical connection between thoughts into something of a musical nature. Meditation today is to begin always with an experience in thought, an experience of the transition from one thought into another, from one mental picture into another. While the yogi in ancient India passed from one kind of breathing into another, man today must attempt to project himself into a living experience of, for example, the color red. Thus he remains within the realm of thought. He must then do the same with blue and experience the rhythm, red, blue, blue, red, red, blue, and so on, which is a thought rhythm. But it is not a rhythm which can be found in a logical thought sequence. It is a thinking that is much more alive. If one perseveres for a sufficiently long time with exercises of this kind, the yogi too was obliged to carry out his exercises for a very long time, and really experiences the inner qualitative change and the swing and rhythm of red-blue, blue-red, light-dark, dark-light. In short, if indications, such as those given in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, are followed, the exact opposite is achieved to that of the yogi in ancient times. He blended thinking with breathing, thus turning the two processes into one. The aim today is to dissolve the last connection between the two, which in any case is unconscious. The process by which, in ordinary consciousness, we think and form concepts of our natural environment is not only connected with nerves and senses. A stream of breath is always flowing through this process. While we think, the breath continually pulsates through the nerves and senses. All modern exercises in meditation aim at entirely separating thinking from breathing. Thinking is not, on this account, torn out of rhythm, because as thinking becomes separated from the inner rhythm of breath, it is gradually linked to an external rhythm. By setting thinking free from the breath, we let it stream, as it were, into the rhythm of the external world. The yogi turned back into his own rhythm. Today man must return to the rhythm of the external world. In Titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, you will find that one of the first exercises shows how to contemplate the germination and growth of a plant. This meditation works towards separating thinking from the breath, and to let it dive down into the growth forces of the plant itself. Thinking must pass over into the rhythm pervading the external world. The moment thinking really becomes free of the bodily functions, the moment it has torn itself away from breathing and gradually united with the external rhythm, it dives down, not into the physical qualities of things, but into the spiritual within individual objects. We look at a plant, it is green, and its blossoms are red. This our eyes tell us, and our intellect confirms the fact. This is the reaction of ordinary consciousness. We develop a different consciousness when we separate thinking from breathing and connect it with what exists outside. This thinking yearns to vibrate with the plant as it grows and unfolds its blossoms. This thinking follows how in a rose, for example, green passes over into red. Thinking vibrates within the spiritual, which lies at the foundation of each single object in the external world. This is how modern meditation differs from the yoga exercises practiced in very ancient times. There are naturally many intermediate stages. I chose these two extremes. The yogi sank down, as it were, into his own breathing process. He sank into his own self. This caused him to experience this self as if in memory. He remembered what he had been before he came down to earth. We, on the other hand, pass out of the physical body with our soul and unite ourselves with what lives spiritually in the rhythms of the external world. In this way we behold directly what we were before we descended to the earth. This is the consequence of gradually entering into the external rhythm. To illustrate the difference, I will draw it schematically. Let this be the yogi, first drawing white lines. He developed a strong feeling of his eye, red. This enabled him to remember what he was within a soul-spiritual environment before he descended to earth, blue. He went back on the stream of memory. Let this be the modern man who has attained supersensible knowledge, second drawing white lines. He develops a process that enables him to go out of his body, blue, and live within the rhythm of the external world and behold directly as an external object, red, what he was before he descended to earth. Thus, knowledge of one's existence before birth was in ancient times in the nature of memory, whereas at the present time a rightly developed cognition of pre-birth existence is a direct beholding of what one was, red. That is the difference. That was one of the methods by which the yogi attained insight into the spiritual world. Another was by adopting certain positions of the body. One exercise was to hold the arms outstretched for a long time, or he took up a certain position by crossing his legs and sitting on them, and so on. What was attained by this? He attained the possibility to perceive what can be perceived with those senses which today are not even recognized as senses. We know that man has not just 5 senses, but 12. I have often spoken about this. For example, apart from the usual 5, he has a sense of balance through which he perceives the equilibrium of his body so that he does not fall to the right or left or backward or forward. Just as we perceive colors, so we must perceive our own balance, or we should slip and fall in all directions. Someone who is intoxicated or feels faint loses his balance just because he fails to perceive his equilibrium. In order to make himself conscious of this sense of balance, the yogi adopted certain bodily postures. This developed in him a strong, subtle sense of direction. We speak of above and below, of right and left, of back and front, as if they were all the same. The yogi became intensely conscious of their differences by keeping his body for lengthy periods in certain postures. In this way, he developed a subtle awareness of the other senses of which I have spoken. When these are experienced, they are found to have a much more spiritual character than the 5 familiar senses. Through them the yogi attained perception of the directions of space. This faculty must be regained, but along a different path. For reasons which I will explain more fully on another occasion, the old yoga exercises are unsuitable today. However, we can attain an experience of the qualitative differences within the directions of space by undertaking such exercises in thinking as I have described. They separate thinking from breathing and bring it into the rhythm of the external world. We then experience, for instance, what it signifies that the spine of animals lies in the horizontal direction, whereas in man it is vertical. It is well known that the magnetic needle always points north-south. Therefore, on the earth, the north-south direction means something special for the manifestation of magnetic forces, since the magnetic needle, which is otherwise neutral, reacts to it. Thus, the north-south direction has a special quality. By penetrating into the external rhythm with our thoughts, we learn to recognize what it means when the spine is horizontal or vertical. We remain in the realm of thought and learn through thinking itself. The Indian yogi learned it too, but by crossing his legs and sitting on them, and by keeping his arms raised for a long time. Thus he learned from the bodily postures the significance of the invisible directions of space. Space is not haphazard, but organized in such a way that the various directions have different values. The exercises that have been described, which lead man into higher worlds, are mainly exercises in the realm of thought. There are exercises of an opposite kind. Among them are the various methods employed in asceticism. One such method is the suppression of the normal function of the physical body through inflicting pain and all kinds of deprivations. It is practically impossible for modern man to form an adequate idea of the extremes to which such exercises were carried by ascetics in former times. Modern man prefers to be as firmly as possible within his physical body. But whenever the ascetic suppressed some function of the body by means of physical pain, his spirit-soul nature drew out of his organism. In normal life, the soul and spirit of man are connected with the physical organism between birth and death, in accordance with the human organization as a whole. When the bodily functions are suppressed through ascetic practices, something occurs which is similar to when today someone sustains an injury. When one knows how modern man generally reacts to some slight hurt, then it is clear that there is a great difference between that and what the ascetic endured just to make his soul organism free. The ascetic experienced the spiritual world with the soul organism that had been driven out through such practices. Nearly all of the earlier great religious revelations originated in this way. Those concerned with modern religious life make light of these things. They declare the great religious revelations to be poetic fiction, maintaining that whatever insight man acquires should not cause pain. The seekers of religious truths in former times did not take this view. They were quite clear about the fact that when man is completely bound up with his organism, as of necessity he must be for his earthly tasks, the gain was not to portray unworldliness as an ideal. Then he cannot have spiritual experiences. The ascetics in former times sought spiritual experiences by suppressing bodily life and even inflicting pain. Whenever pain drove out spirit and soul from a bodily member, that part which was driven out experienced the spiritual world. The great religions have not been attained without pain, but rather through great suffering. These fruits of human strivings are today accepted through faith. Faith and knowledge are neatly separated. Knowledge of the external world in the form of natural science is acquired through the head. As the head has a thick skull, this causes no pain, especially as this knowledge consists of extremely abstract concepts. On the other hand, those concepts handed down as venerable traditions are accepted simply through faith. It must be said, though, that basically knowledge and faith have in common the fact that today one is willing to accept only knowledge that can be acquired painlessly, and faith does not hurt any more than science, though its knowledge was originally attained through great pain and suffering. Despite all that has been said, the way of the ascetic cannot be the way for present-day man. On some other occasion we will consider the reason. In our time it is perfectly possible, through inner self-discipline and training of the will, to take in hand one's development, which is otherwise left to education and the experiences of life. One's personality can be strengthened by training the will. One can, for example, say to oneself, "Within 5 years I shall acquire a new habit, and during that time I shall concentrate my whole will power upon achieving it." When the will is trained in this way for the sake of inner perfection, then one loosens, without ascetic practices, the soul spiritual from the bodily nature. The first discovery, when such training of the will is undertaken for the sake of self-improvement, is that a continuous effort is needed. Every day something must be achieved inwardly. Often it is only a slight accomplishment, but it must be pursued with iron determination and unwavering will. It is often the case that if, for example, such an exercise as concentration each morning upon a certain thought is recommended, people will embark upon it with burning enthusiasm. But it does not last. The will slackens and the exercise becomes mechanical, because the strong energy which is increasingly required is not forthcoming. The first resistance to be overcome is one's own lethargy. Then comes the other resistance, which is of an objective nature, and it is as if one had to fight one's way through a dense thicket. After that one reaches the experience that hurts, because thinking, which has gradually become strong and alive, has found its way into the rhythm of the external world and begins to perceive the direction of space, in fact, perceive what is alive. One discovers that higher knowledge is attainable only through pain. I can well picture people today who want to embark upon the path leading to higher worlds. They make a start, and the first delicate spiritual cognition appears. This causes pain, so they say they are ill. When something causes pain, one must be ill. However, the attainment of higher knowledge will often be accompanied by great pain, yet one is not ill. No doubt it is more comfortable to seek a cure than continue the path. Attempts must be made to overcome this pain of the soul, which becomes ever greater as one advances. While it is easier to have something prescribed than continue the exercises, no higher knowledge is attained that way. Provided the body is robust and fit for dealing with external life, as is normally the case at the present time, this immersion in pain and suffering becomes purely an inner soul path in which the body does not participate. When man allows knowledge to approach him in this way, then the pain he endures signifies that he is attaining those regions of spiritual life out of which the great religions were born. The great religious truths which fill our soul with awe, conveying as they do those lofty regions in which, for example, our immortality is rooted, cannot be reached without painful inner experiences. Once attained, these truths can be passed on to the general consciousness of mankind. Nowadays they are opposed, simply because people sense that they are not as easy to attain as they would like. I spoke yesterday about how the changed astral body unites within the heart with the ether body. I also explained how all our actions, even those we cause others to carry out, are inscribed there. Just think how oppressive such a thought would be to many people. The great truths do indeed demand an inner courage of soul, which enables it to say to itself, "If you could experience these things, you must be prepared to attain knowledge of them through deprivation and suffering." I am not saying this to discourage anyone, but because it is the truth. It may be discouraging for many, but what good would it do to tell people that they can enter higher worlds in perfect comfort, when it is not the case? The attainment of higher worlds demands the overcoming of suffering. I've tried today, my dear friends, to describe to you how it is possible to advance to man's true being. The human soul and spirit lie deeply hidden within him and must be attained. Even if someone does not set out himself on that conquest, he must know about what lies hidden within him. He must know about such things as those described yesterday and how they run their course. This knowledge is a demand of our age. These things can be discovered only along such paths as those I have indicated again today, by describing how they were trodden in former times, and how they must be trodden now. Tomorrow we shall link together the considerations of yesterday and those of today, and in so doing penetrate further into the spiritual world. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of the cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. Lecture 8, given in Dornach on the 28th of May, 1922. Today I want to bring forward certain matters which are connected with what was spoken about yesterday and the day before, matters which concern mankind's evolution insofar as this evolution is dependent upon man's relationship with certain spiritual powers during the earth's future. The day before yesterday, we saw how man's inner being appears to spiritual examination. We saw how it is possible, through exact observation of this kind, to gain insight into the fact that within the physical, soul-spiritual being of man, something comes together, which in a certain sense belongs to the external world, insofar as this world consists of etheric forces and beings. Man draws together these forces to form his ether body as he descends to earthly life. We saw also that with this entity, consisting of forces from the external etheric world, there unites the effect of man's earthly deeds, of everything he causes to happen, in short, his karma. Yesterday we saw how during the different epochs of human evolution, man not only sought, but actually did, by various methods, gain insight into the spiritual world. I have often mentioned that a new stream of spirituality is now ready to pour into man's earthly existence. The present forms a link in mankind's evolution between an era of mainly intellectual development, which began in the first third of the 15th century and has now practically run its course, and a future devoted to the spiritual. The most important task of mankind in the era of intellectuality was the development of reason through the investigation of external nature and the development of technology. In this direction, great and impressive results have been accomplished in recent centuries. However, it must be said that the intellect has begun to lose its creativity, though we still live with its heritage. The most creative period was from the time of Copernicus, Galileo, and Giordano Bruno, right up to the 19th century. Especially in Western civilization, the greatest intellectual achievements have been attained in recent centuries. It is obvious, even to an external, unbiased observation, that the intellect has lost some of its creative power. In general, mankind has no longer the same enthusiasm for intellectual accomplishments. Yet the practice of centuries continues through a certain cultural inertia. Thoughts run along the old grooves, but the intellect brings nothing new of real importance to the fore. This is particularly noticeable in our young people. Not so long ago, it was a real pleasure to listen to a young person who had studied some subject. It may not have applied to everyone, but certainly to those who had achieved something. One was eager to hear what they had to say, and it was the same everywhere in Western academic circles. But a change has come about in the last few decades. When a young person fresh from university speaks, one is no longer curious about what he will say next. One is not curious, because one knows it already. It comes out automatically. It is as if the brain itself has lost its vitality. One gets the feeling that the activity of the intellect has slid down from the head to some deeper region, that human intelligence has become something mechanical, which no longer springs from the region of the head. Must be obvious even to external observation. Let me read that again. That human intelligence has become something mechanical which no longer springs from the region of the head must be obvious even to external observation. This situation has come about because intelligence was originally a natural endowment which mankind was predestined to develop predominantly between the 15th and 19th centuries. However, in order to fructify the developed intellect, a stream of spirituality from higher regions of world existence now seeks entry into the earthly life of mankind. Whether this will happen depends upon man opening his heart and soul to what thus seeks entry, through many doors, as it were, into the earthly world from the spiritual world. It will be necessary for man not only to become conscious once more of the spiritual in all nature, but able to perceive it. Consider how in the older civilizations, like those described yesterday, mankind is in general perceived in all the kingdoms of nature, in every star, in every moving cloud, in thunder and lightning, spirit and soul. On the background of this general consciousness, the yoga exercises evolved. As I explained yesterday, the yogi attempted to penetrate to his own self. Through inner experiences, he sought to attain what today is taken for granted, because we are born with it. Consciousness of the I, the feeling of selfhood. This the yogi had first to develop in himself. But, my dear friends, it would be a great mistake to compare the ordinary consciousness of self that we have today with that of the yogi. It makes a difference whether something is achieved through one's own human effort or whether one simply has it. When, as was the case with the yogi, one first had to struggle to attain consciousness of self, then through the inner effort, one was transported into the great universal laws. One participated in world processes. This is not the case when one is simply placed into the sphere of self-consciousness. To belong willy-nilly to a certain level of human evolution is not the same as attaining that level through inner exercises. You will realize from what was said yesterday that mankind must gradually acquire knowledge in a different way. He must set his thought processes free from the breathing process. As I explained yesterday, this has the effect that thinking, by no longer being bound up with the subject, is able to unite itself with the rhythm of the external cosmos. We must go with our thinking out of ourselves into the external world, whereas the yogi crept into his inner being by hitching together, as it were, the systems of thought and breath. In so doing, he identified himself with what his spirit-soul nature was able to experience on the waves of the inner rhythm of breathing. By contrast, we must give ourselves up to the world in order to participate in all the various rhythms which go through the mineral, plant, animal, and human worlds, right up to the realm of the hierarchies. We must enter into and live within the rhythm of external existence. In this way, mankind will again gain insight into that spiritual foundation of nature which external knowledge does not reach. The sciences of physics, chemistry, and biology, which are pursued nowadays, provide mankind with a vast amount of popular information. What they actually do is explain how sense observation, interpreted by the intellect, sees the world. But the time has come when mankind must rediscover what lies behind the knowledge provided by external observation and intellectual interpretation. If one has in mind their physical aspect only, when speaking about the four elements of earth, water, air, and fire, then it makes no difference whether one uses these terms or prefers the more recent ones of solid, liquid, aeriform bodies and conditions of heat. When they are referred to today, all one has in mind is how the physical substances within them are either combined or mixed, or else separated. However, it must be stressed that everything of a solid earthen nature has as its foundation an elementary spirituality. Today's quote-unquote enlightened people may laugh when reminded that older folks used to see gnomes in everything earthy. However, when knowledge is no longer obtained by means of combining abstract logical thoughts, but by uniting ourselves through our thinking with the world rhythm, then we shall rediscover the elemental beings contained in everything of a solid earthy nature. The outstanding characteristics of these elemental beings dwelling in solid earth is cleverness, cunning, slyness, in fact, a one-sidedly developed intellect. Thus in the solid earth element live spiritual beings of an elementary kind who are very much more clever than human beings. Even a person of extreme astuteness intellectually is no match for these beings, who as supersensible entities live in the realm of solid earth. One could say that just as man consists of flesh and blood, so do these beings consist of cleverness, of super-cleverness. Another of their peculiarities is that they prefer to live in multitudes. When one is in a position to find out how many of these astute beings a suitable earthy object contains, then one can squeeze them out as if from a sponge, in a spiritual sense, of course, and out they flow in an endless stream. But counting these gnome-like beings is a difficult task. If one tries to count them as one would cherries or eggs, that is 1, 2, 3, one soon notices that they will not be counted that way. When one has reached, say, 3, then there are suddenly a lot more. So counting them as one would on the physical plane is no use, nor is any other form of calculation, for they immediately play tricks on you. Suppose one put 2 on one side and 2 on the other in order to say that twice 2 makes 4. One would be wrong, for through their super cunning they would appear as 7 or 8, making out that 2 times 2 makes 8 or something like that. Thus these things defy being counted. It must be acknowledged that the intellect developed by man in recent times is very impressive, but these super-intelligent beings show a mastery over the intellect even where it is merely a question of numbers. The elemental beings dwelling in the fluid element, that is, in water, have particularly developed what is in man his life of feeling and sensitivity. In this respect, we humans are really backward compared with these beings. We may take pleasure in a red rose or feel enchanted when trees unfold their foliage. But these things go with the fluid, which as sap rises in the rose bush, and participate in the redness of the blossoms. In an intimate way, they share feelingly in the world processes. We remain outside of things with our sensitivity, whereas they are right inside the process themselves and share in them. The elemental beings of air have developed to a high degree what lives in the human will. It is splendid that the analytical chemist discovers the atomic weight of hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and that he finds out how hydrogen and oxygen combine into water, to be further analyzed, or else how chloride of lime is analyzed, and so on. But elemental, spiritual beings are active behind all this, and it is essential that man should acquire insight into their characteristics. During the period in which man developed the intellect, as already mentioned, this was from the first third of the 15th century to the end of the 19th century, these elemental beings were pushed to one side, as it were. While the intellect played a creative part in man's cultural life, there was not much they could do, and because the elemental beings dwelling in solids had, in a certain sense, to hold back and leave the intellect to man, they also held back the beings of water and air. But now we live at a time when the intellect has begun to decline within the civilized world. It is falling into decadence. If mankind does not become receptive to what streams toward him from the spiritual world, then the result of this dullness on man's part will be, and there are signs already of it happening, that these elemental beings will gather together to form a kind of union and place themselves under the leadership of the supreme intellectual power, Ahriman. If it should happen that the elemental beings come under the guidance of Ahriman with the clear intention of opposing human evolution, then mankind would be unable to make further progress. The possibility would arise that the Ahrimanic powers, in union with the elemental beings, would divert the earth from its intended course. The earth would not continue what is described in my title Occult Science and Outline as the Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth evolution. The earth can only become what it was originally intended to become if man in each epoch tackles his task rightly. One can see already how matters stand. Those who have reached a certain age know that formerly one gained insight into another human being's inner thoughts and feelings simply through normal conversation and exchange of ideas. One took it for granted that a person's reason and intellect resided in his head, and what was in the head would be conveyed through the spoken word. There are many people today who no longer take it for granted that reason is located in the head of many of their contemporaries. Rather do they assume it to have slid further down. So instead of listening, they now analyze. This is just one example from one misunderstood aspect of the whole problem. But I would say that when one starts to psychoanalyze people instead of just letting them talk, then that is in fact an admission that reason no longer resides in the head. It is assumed to have slid down into deeper regions of human nature and must be psychoanalyzed to be brought up again to consciousness. In this age of a declining intellect, there are already people who dislike it if one appeals to their intelligence. They prefer to be analyzed. This is because they do not want to participate with the head in what their soul brings to light. Nothing is achieved by looking at these things merely from an external point of view. To see clearly what is involved, they must be considered, as we have just done, in the wider context of world evolution. Certain aspects of psychoanalysis may do some good. There are conditions which formerly were simply accepted, but are no longer tolerated and must be cured. However, as so many cures are needed, physical ones do not suffice, so one resorts to psychological ones. Why this should be so must be seen in a wider context. Superficially judged, there is no point in objecting to all the good reasons and beguiling arguments put forward by psychoanalysts, not even from the wider viewpoint of world evolution. People want to avoid seeing things in their wider context, though it would lead them to the recognition that a spiritual stream is seeking to enter our present civilization to replace the declining intellect. What we have considered so far amounts to one aspect of what in the future threatens mankind. There is another aspect. Just as the lower elements of earth, water, and air are inhabited by elemental beings, so are the higher elements of light ether, chemical ether, and life ether. However, these beings of the higher elements differ considerably from those of the lower ones. The beings of light, and particularly those of life, do not aim at becoming multitudes. The ones who strive the most to become multitudes are the beings of the earth element. The beings of the etheric element strive rather toward unity. It is difficult to differentiate them from one another. They do not express any individuality and rather strive to amalgamate. Certain initiates in ancient times, through whom certain teachings of the Old Testament originated, turned their attention particularly toward the etheric elements. The strong tendency of these elements toward unification created an influence which resulted in the strict monotheism of Judaism. The religion, which is based on the worship of Jehovah, originated mainly from a spiritual vision of the realm of the ethers. In this realm live spiritual beings who do not strive to separate from one another and become many individuals. Rather do they strive to grow together and disappear into one another. They seek to become a unity. If these beings are disregarded by man, that is, if he does not turn to spiritual knowledge and the insight that what exists up in the sky is not merely the physical sun, but that with the sun's warmth and light ether, beings stream down to earth. If man's comprehension stops at the external material aspect, then the possibility exists that these beings will unite with Luciferic powers. In order for the earth to become what it was originally intended to become, man must wake up to the dangers that threaten from both sides. On the one hand, the danger that those beings who dwell in the lower elements will join forces with Ahrimanic powers, and on the other, that the Luciferic powers will unite with those of the higher elements in their striving for unity. The significance of spiritual knowledge for man's earthly destiny cannot be emphasized too strongly. Unless man draws near to spiritual reality, something completely different from what ought to happen will happen to the earth. No matter how far or how deeply our sophisticated sciences of physics and chemistry investigate the material world around us, the fact remains that what is investigated will all disappear along with earth existence itself. In the last resort, chemistry and physics have no value whatever beyond the earth. When the evolution of the earth comes to an end, all mineral substances will turn to dust and dissolve in the cosmos. Only what pertains to the plant, animal, and human world will pass over to the Jupiter existence. Therefore, all the magnificent achievements of these sciences are related only to what is transitory. It is essential that knowledge is attained of that which endures beyond the earth. As already mentioned, whatever physical laws are discovered, whatever is investigated concerning the atomic weight of individual elements, or whatever chemical formula are produced, all these things are concerned only with what has merely transient significance. Man must grow beyond earth existence through knowledge of the kind of things I have explained. These are matters of great import and significance. The end of Lecture 8. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. This is the last lecture in the cycle, Lecture 9, given in Dornach on the 17th of June, 1922. Today I would like to speak about an aspect of anthroposophy which closely concerns the being of man. It is obvious that our contact with the world, between waking and sleeping, is, to begin with, through our senses. We perceive different aspects of the world around us through our various senses. By means of a certain inner soul activity, we build up a picture of the world on the basis of our impressions. With this, I merely want to indicate how anyone may observe the course and content of his waking state. However, our existence within the world embraces not only the waking state, but also that of sleep. While we sleep, we are, with our soul being and our I, outside of our body, in a realm which is unknown to ordinary consciousness. What I have just said is applicable to present-day man in the way his soul life has developed since the 15th century. I have often indicated the extraordinary importance of this particular period in mankind's evolution. The question arises, what is our relationship in our sleeping state to that realm which is closed, at least to our ordinary consciousness? There are difficulties in describing this relationship, especially at this point in mankind's evolution, unless we bear in mind that man has evolved and has gone through a great many different stages. At present, in our so-called civilized age, we find, when we consider man's soul life, that he must exert himself considerably when forming concepts and mental pictures. We are often thoughtless when we regard earlier periods of human life which did not have such systems of education as we now find necessary. We are superficial in the way we look at that culture which arose in ancient times over in the East, although the human beings were not undergoing education from childhood, as is the case nowadays. In present-day Europe, it is practically impossible to imagine how differently education was regarded in the ancient Orient. Yet things were created in an exalted nature, Yet things were created of an exalted nature, uplifting to heart and mind. One need only think of the Oriental writings, such as the Vedas, and all that is contained in the wisdom of the Orient. Today, everything originating in mental activity is evaluated on the basis of the circumstances of a person's upbringing and education, and on what, as a result, he further accomplishes in life. The necessity to be educated and well informed is, in the first place, because each individual today must be able to form his own thoughts about life. Without this ability, he would be lost in the modern world. Man has actually not yet come very far in the art of formulating thoughts. It is essential, particularly in the system of education, that progress is made in furthering the art of formulating concepts about the external world. The necessity for this began already in ancient Greece. In Greece, though strongly influenced by the Orient, arose the first cultural life within Europe. A system of education developed, which included a rudimentary cultivation of mental activity. In the Orient, no appeal was made to mental effort, and this still influenced Greek cultural life. In general, no exertion was made to form one's own mental pictures of external objects. Socrates is rightly admired within Western culture as one of the first to induce people to form their own concepts. However, it would be quite wrong to conclude that man was obliged to produce his thoughts by his own effort within the cultural life of the West, while there was no life of thought in the Orient. Indeed, a powerful thought life existed, and the further we go back in Oriental culture, the stronger and the more powerful it was. We find already, before the existence of the Vedas and the Vedanta philosophy, a powerful thought life. As I have often pointed out, the Vedas, the Vedanta philosophy, do not represent the very first stages, which were not written down, of Oriental spiritual life. It had all fallen into decadence 2 or 3 millennia ago. People of the Orient today live in the afterglow of a once quite remarkable thought life, but a thought life utterly different from ours. We must exert ourselves. Indeed, we have to sweat inwardly, forgive the crude expression which is meant only figuratively, in order to produce our thoughts, whereas Oriental thought life was inspired. Thoughts and thought combinations arose in the ancient Oriental of their own accord. His picture of the world was inspired in him. He felt that what he thought was bestowed upon him. Inner exertion in combining thoughts was unknown to him. Between waking and sleeping, he felt that thoughts were granted him. This colored his whole soul life. He felt grateful to the gods that they bestowed thoughts upon him. The Oriental felt that when, as a human being, thoughts lived within him, it was because divine spiritual power streamed into him. It was a completely different attitude to thought life from ours. In ancient times in the Orient, the life of thoughts and feelings were not so separate as they now are for ordinary consciousness. Because man felt his thoughts bestowed upon him, he also felt uplifted by them, and a religious feeling united itself with every thought. He felt he must approach with religious devotion the powers that bestowed the ready-made thoughts and thought combinations upon him. If one seeks the external, objective reason why Oriental man experienced the world in this way, one finds that it is because his sleep life was different from that of modern man. During sleep, our soul and our I abandon the body, mainly in the region of the head. The organs of metabolism and limbs are not separated from man to the same degree. These parts are still penetrated by man's I and soul being during sleep. I have often spoken of this, but should like to place it before you once more schematically. Let this be man when awake, see drawing left. The I and soul being, which I have drawn in red, penetrate the physical and etheric bodies. It would be wrong if I drew sleeping man in such a way that I had the physical and etheric bodies lying on the bed and simply drew the I and astral body or soul alongside. I must draw it so that when the physical organs and limbs are here, drawing right, white lines, I draw the I and soul being outside man, only in relation to the head. For strictly speaking, it is only in regard to this region that man, in sleep, is separated from his physical and etheric bodies, red. When we go back to those ancient times of which we spoke, the situation was different. During man's sleep, the organs of his head, mainly the system of nerves and that part of the breathing system that penetrates the head, were the scene of activity for those divine spiritual beings who were concerned with the earth. It is simply describing the reality to say that in the very earliest days of mankind's evolution on earth, divine spiritual beings withdrew from man when he woke up. When he slept, they took up their abode in the human head, which was then bereft of man's I and soul being. During his sleep, divine spiritual beings carried out their activity in the head. When man woke in the morning, that is, when he again sank into his head, he found the result of this activity. The divine spiritual beings regulated his nerve processes and worked right into the blood circulation. Through the ether body, they exerted their influence even in the organic processes in the physical body. In general, the human beings were not clearly aware of this. Only those schooled in the mysteries realized it. The great masses of humanity experienced it, but without full awareness. Thus, when he woke, man found the result of the God's activity in his head. And when he perceived the configuration of his thoughts during waking life, it was because during sleep gods had been active in his head. Thus ancient Oriental man found every morning a heritage left by the gods during his sleep, with the consequence that he felt his thoughts to be inspired within him. He felt the gods' deeds as inspiration. In other words, the divine spiritual beings did not inspire man directly during his waking life. They did it during his sleep by pursuing their own activity in his head. In those ancient times, man's social behavior was induced by inspiration. Divine spiritual beings could completely regulate earthly affairs. Through their activity during man's sleep, they brought about a mutual trust among human beings, and also the obedience felt by the great masses toward their leaders, and so on. There was interaction throughout between the divine spiritual world and the earthly world in the ancient Orient. It was possible because man's whole organization was different. I have often mentioned the fact that people nowadays imagine that throughout history man has always been as he is now. They assume that the physical nature of his body was the same and so, too, his sole being and the spirituality of his I. When a modern historian writes about ancient Egypt and deciphers its documents, then he thinks that, though the people were not as clever as he is, they nevertheless thought, felt, and acted more or less as he does. The view is that if one goes back far enough, then man appears as a kind of higher ape, a state from which he then progresses to whatever the historian imagines. Nevertheless, it is assumed that from the time historical records began, man has been the same as he is now. This is assumed both in regard to his thinking, feeling, and willing, and in regard to his etheric physical organization. However, that is not the case. Man has altered quite considerably, also during historical times. Just consider the instance I mentioned earlier of how the physical sight of the ancient Greeks differed from ours. They did not see the color blue as we see it. They saw, in fact, only the reddish color shades. Modern man is mistaken when he thinks that the Greeks, because they were surrounded by beauty, particularly appreciated the beautiful blue of the sky. The Greek did not really differentiate between blue and green. He saw plainly the warm reddish-yellow colors. The sky to him therefore looked quite different from the way it is seen with normal consciousness today. The eyes have changed in the course of mankind's evolution, though in inner, subtle ways. In fact, the whole sense system has become different in the course of historical times. And in the Orient, in those ancient times we are considering, the senses were so organized that man could not be deluded by them, nor did they prevent his devoting himself to the result of the divine deeds that remained in his organism when he woke from sleep. Gradually man's senses changed and caused him to become so intensely connected with the external world that the moment he woke, his attention was drawn away from that which as a heritage was left in his organism. Because man was now differently organized, the gods no longer carried out their activity in his head during sleep. This activity no longer furthered mankind's evolution. Had it continued, it would not have benefited man. On the contrary, as man has now, through his senses, become so strongly absorbed in the external world, he would no longer be able to pay attention to what the gods bequeathed to him during the night. Their activity would no longer be felt as inspiration, and as a consequence of not being taken into man's consciousness, it would flow back into the body, causing the organism to become old prematurely. Man could live united with the world of the gods, because in ancient times, unlike today, his senses were not particularly oriented toward the external world. In his waking state, he could absorb what he had experienced in sleep. This was a real living with the gods, for though he could not behold them with his senses, man in ancient times was at least adapted to experience their deeds. Later in the millennium, before the mystery of Golgotha, man's senses, particularly the eyes, began to develop, also in the Orient, the sensitivity to external impressions which they have now. The system of senses gradually developed to what it later became. At first man retained, in addition, in his system of nerves, what still enabled him to experience the divine spiritual deeds. His experience of them had formerly been in their purity, that is, not mingled with sense perceptions, but now they were taken up by the senses. This had the strange result that for a large part of mankind, the gods, the spiritual beings, were drawn, as it were, into the physical organization. In consequence, what had formerly been a pure spiritual experience of divine spiritual beings became a belief in ghosts. The belief in ghosts is not so very ancient. What is ancient is the pure spiritual beholding of divine spiritual beings. belief in ghosts arose first through the mingling of sense perception with beholding the divine. When the culture of the Oriental mysteries penetrated into Europe, for example, into the magnificent spiritual life of Greece, into Greek art and philosophy, there followed in its wake also the seeing of ghosts by the general masses of people. Thus, in the last millennium before the mystery of Golgotha, the former pure spiritual perception which the Oriental people possessed had fallen into decline. It had become, particularly by large sections of the masses, a kind of perception of ghosts. This belief in ghosts wandered over into Europe. In the Orient it had been pure spiritual perception, but had now become transformed into something physical. Thus it can be said that the belief in ghosts is the last offshoot, the end product of a lofty, albeit dreamlike, spiritual seeing, which had once signified a cultural flowering in mankind's evolution. I have described how in ancient times Oriental people felt that during sleep the head was the earthly scene of activity for divine spiritual beings. This was something of which people in general were dimly aware. Those who had undergone initiation in the mysteries were fully conscious of the fact. What I have described has a counterpart in the cultural life that has since developed. The cultural life of more recent times is still in its early stages. The further west we go, the stronger it comes to expression. To the ancient Oriental it would have made no sense had he been told that thoughts do not pulsate through the will. He knew from experience that what lived in his will and even in his blood was something bestowed upon him by the gods. They formed his thoughts, and during sleep they developed a powerful force in him which he experienced as inspiration. Even today, when we look toward the East, we find, for example, in the philosophy of Soloviev, the last remnants of how things were experienced in the past. And clearly, Soloviev would have found it incomprehensible if told that thought is not a force that impels and carries the will. However, it is the opinion today, especially in America, that thought is not the ruling factor in man. Physiology and biology, as developed in America, are clear demonstrations of this view. When one goes into the finer details, one finds that science in America is, in this respect, something quite different from that of Europe, let alone the Orient. Modern man in the Western world is all too aware that he produces his thoughts himself. Thoughts, however, must relate to something. So it is maintained that far more important for man than the thoughts he absorbs is the kind of family into which he is born, the way he is brought up, the political environment in which he grows up, the religious denomination he might join. All these things act on his emotions and determine his will. Thus the will is supposed not to be directly influenced by thoughts, but is determined by such environmental factors as family, politics, country, and so on. Thus, in America, in fact, Western man in general is of the opinion that thought is not the ruler in man. At most its position is that of prime minister. The ruler is the human organism with its instincts and will impulses. Quoting Carlyle, it is said that thought may be a devoted minister, but its function is only that of an executive. And it must be emphasized that today's broad mass of humanity thinks likewise, shown by its eagerness to confirm that ancient traditions should be superseded. This is why there is today such an interest in the study of primitive man. It is thought that he lived through instincts and desires of which his thoughts were only a kind of mirror image. Thus today, Western man looks into his inner being and asks why it is that he is driven by instincts and cravings. To him they appear devoid of spirit, because he is not yet organized to perceive the spiritual in them. Yet every instinct or craving whether good or bad, is spiritual. It may be a very evil instinct that comes to expression in one or another person, but even the most brutal urge is spiritual. The human race is always in the process of development. It must advance to such spirituality that when man looks into himself and perceives his instincts, urges, and cravings, he sees everywhere in them the spiritual. This will come about in the future. It makes no difference in this respect whether a person has good or bad instincts. If they are bad, it is because either Luciferic or Ahrimanic spirits hold sway in him, but they are spirits. The assumption that the driving force in man is his instincts is, as far as being aware of the spiritual reality is concerned, similar to the earlier assumption in regard to ghosts. In ancient times, spirituality was perceptible to man in the Orient. As it evolved further, it became, as I have described, in the first millennium before the mystery of Golgotha, a belief in ghosts, a perception of ghosts. See drawing blue. From where we are at present within world evolution, we look back to a time when a belief in ghosts emerged from a former spirituality. At the same time, we look toward the future and foresee a time when once again pure spiritual perception will emerge. But at present, we also have a belief in ghosts, in inner ghosts. Those who believe in outer ghosts fail to see the spiritual reality in them and regard them as something that can be seen with physical eyes. Western man today, when he looks into himself, also fails to see the spiritual reality. The way he regards instincts, urgings, and cravings makes them into ghosts, which today precede a future spirituality, red, while the ghosts of old followed an earlier spirituality, blue. One could also say that from east to west an ancient pure spirituality developed, which was followed in the course of time by a belief in ghosts, of which remnants are still with us. From west to east, approaching us, a later spirituality is developing, which will become reality in a far distant future. The way modern man visualizes urges, instincts, and cravings, in which the beginning of the new spirituality reveals itself, makes them as ghost-like as the former ghosts. This outlook makes the educated person regard with disdain the common belief in ghosts. At the same time, he attributes to man ghost-like instincts, urges, and cravings. What he does not realize is that the belief in ghosts held by the masses has as much scientific validity as his belief in desires, urges, and instincts. His belief is in ghosts announcing a new beginning, just as the masses have a belief in ghosts that marks an ending. Our European civilization has become so chaotic because it is the scene of collision between the old and the new ghosts. In a West-East aphorism, I have briefly characterized how, on the one hand, modern man has been for some time influenced by the ancient heritage of Oriental spirituality, which has become a belief in ghosts, and how, on the other hand, he is influenced by the beginning of a spirituality that is now germinating, which, through a materialistic interpretation, has turned man's instincts, urges, and desires into ghosts. Those who are usually called ghosts are spirits which appear materialized through man's organization. The modern ghosts, pointing to the future, consisting of man's urges, instincts, desires, and passions, have not yet become dematerialized. They have not yet become spiritual. Man's inner soul life, particularly in Europe, takes its course within this peculiar chaotic condition created by the interaction of old and new ghosts. It is essential that man attain spiritual insight in order to arrive at a clear understanding of both. Not only man's view of the world is dependent upon such insight, but also human life on earth as a whole is dependent upon it. That this must be so follows from the fact that it is not only man's spiritual or cultural life that is derived from his particular nature, but also his life of rights or political life and his economic life. But what is the origin of this particular development? I said that the earthly concern of the gods, of the divine spiritual beings, was within the human head. We differentiate threefold man into the nerve sense man, whose abode is mainly in the head, the rhythmic man, who lives in the middle, and the metabolic limb man, consisting of the limbs and their continuation inward in the organs of metabolism. See drawing. We differentiate this threefold man, and we know that during the sleeping state of humanity in ancient times, the gods, when carrying out their earthly task, made the human head their scene of action. What is the situation at present? The gods also carry out their activity in present-day humanity during sleep, but no longer in the head. Now it takes place in the metabolic limb organism. The significance, the all-important point about this, is that for man the metabolic limb system remains unconscious also during his waking state. You will remember how I have often spoken about the fact that man is awake in his conceptual life, but completely unaware of what happens deep down in the organism to cause a muscle to carry out a movement. When present-day man has a mental picture of lifting his arm or moving his hand, he has in his ordinary consciousness no awareness of how his mental life affects his organism. This remains unconscious even during the waking state. In other words, the scene of action of the gods on earth nowadays is such that, unlike the situation in ancient times, man's natural evolution prevents him, to begin with, from taking possession of the divine heritage when he wakes. Divine spiritual processes take place in man, today, between falling asleep and waking. But his present nature prevents him from having any impression, while awake, of the God's activity during sleep. In ancient times, man was so constituted that his very organization enabled him to feel his thoughts to be inspired. Present-day man produces his own thoughts, and divine spiritual deeds do not yet enter into this activity. Mankind must first reach the appropriate stage of development. This is precisely the task, I would say cosmic task, which spiritual science must set itself. And a system of education must be part of such a plan, to enable human beings to recognize out of their own effort and in full consciousness the divine spiritual deeds within them. When this stage is reached, man will also cease to see his urges and instincts as inner ghosts. The way they are imagined at present, they are as much ghosts as the external ones. The external ghosts are not mere delusions. They are divine spiritual forces which appear materialized by being incorrectly seen through man's senses. The divine spiritual forces active in man today are seen incorrectly when they are visualized as urges and instincts. The external ghosts are scorned today, but what is looked upon as a science deals with nothing but inner ghosts. Man must participate to bring about the transformation intended for him within cosmic evolution. Impulses in this direction ought to permeate every aspect of our culture. This would provide the possibility for man to overcome the forces of decline in their chaotic interaction with forces of ascent against which man still fights, and then strive toward the future stages in mankind's evolution by being inspired and motivated from the Spirit. On this everything depends. What I have tried to convey to you today can be seen as a kind of contemplation of the East in relation to the West, though from an esoteric point of view. Contemplation of East and West is at present altogether timely. I do not use the expression in a trivial sense. It is only through such considerations that mankind can arrive at the relevant level of consciousness. Thus, in earlier times of Earth evolution, during sleep, the human being is man also during sleep, when he does not have his physical body about him. Man was in such a relationship to the gods that he could behold with eyes of soul and spirit how they took up their abode in his head. In his waking state, all that remained of this experience was a kind of afterglow in his life of feelings. Man became ever more distant from the divine spiritual world, which he nevertheless perceived as in a dream when he looked back after having plunged into the body. That was the earlier situation. Later he only felt, after waking, that he was inspired. Since then the gods have drawn deeper down, as it were, into his physical body, and man has now entered into such a connection with the gods that they make his metabolic limb system the scene of their activity within his earthly nature. However, as man does not completely forsake his earthly nature during sleep, he will, as a consequence, be able to experience again, coming from the divine world, impulses of will and also impulses for his life as a social being, that is, for his relationship to other human beings, not, however, during sleep. He must experience these spiritual impulses as a complete human being while awake. It can only be attained through increasing conscious knowledge of the spiritual world. To attain this must become man's strongest aim. This is what I wanted to convey to you as a contribution to an East-West contemplation. The end of Lecture 9 and the end of the lecture cycle, The Human Soul in Relation to World Evolution. It is in the Collected Works, Volume 212, given in Dornach, Switzerland between April 29th and June 17th of 1922.